Hi, Papaya! Welcome everyone, happy Sapphic Sunday! Hi, Possum, hi, Bikini, and welcome in! There's that name, Patiwati. Welcome, welcome! How are we all doing today on this lovely Sunday? Hope we're all having a good one so far. I have been existing. I have been existing. Nothing too exciting has happened just yet. I've once again been working on WPlace, working on pixel art. This next one I'm doing is big. Huge. Huge! Drawing myself, it's just taking a while. It's a fucking... It's a 1,000 pixels, I think it says. I think it's 1,000, like 2,000 pixels or something, which is, a little over what I currently have. Maybe, actually, how many pixels is it? I forgot. A second, you see how many pixels this is? This is important. Enable. Count the pixels, please. Oh, no, place to anchor it. Yeah, that's fine. Anchor here. Great. 17,000 pixels! 17,360. Dear God, it's gonna take me forever to do, but that's fine because I have a template. That is not what's important. What's important is, we're back with some more Ebi-Hime Talks Yuri. Specifically, we're playing more of Her Love Like Poison. We started it last week. It was pretty good, interesting so far. Ethel is small. I want to hold Ethel in hand. She is small. She is small. I love her. But also, the mystery lady from the church is kinda... She's kinda pretty, and she's kinda, you know... I kinda want to spend time with her. You know, and what could possibly go wrong by spending more time with, mysterious lady from the we saw at the church, just sitting alone in the empty abandoned church. Nothing could possibly go wrong, guys. It's so normal. She's so normal. Nothing could possibly go wrong, guys. So like, yeah, we met Ethel last week, which was the main character, and she is a sad little girl. She's a sad not little girl. She's a sad lady. She's a sad, precious little lady, and likes to play the violin, but her parents do not like when she plays violin because it's too annoying. And she's currently home for the holidays. Back home for the holidays. Look at her. Look at Ethel. Also look at lady, women. Look at her. Whoa. Women. Ethel, small baby Ethel. Look at her. She's so cute. But also a mysterious woman. Pretty lady. Look at her. Stunning. So pretty. So pretty. So pretty. Look at her. Women. Anyways. Ethel's on the title screen. Wow. Ethel on the title screen. What you gonna do? But yeah, that's in the, of course, in the preferences in the extra gallery. That's why. But yeah, it has been quite the night for Ethel. It is now the second day. Sleepyhead, first day, Silent Melody, Ave Maria, and it's time for this. It's now the dawn of the second day. She had a nice little sleep for the day. A second. Problem. No time, I guess. a second. I'm responding to a DM. SAP. Words. How does one word a message? Okay, anyways. Back to the game. It's now the second day. Ethel is waking up after spending quite the night with the mysterious girl. We don't know her name yet. We don't know her name yet. But she had a quite the nightmare. I think I'd classify as a kind of a nightmare, kind of weird surreal dream about the wandering in the forest near the outskirts of town. And yeah, it's morning time. Yeah, and she's so pretty. We love Ethel. Oh my god. She's so pretty. We love women. I love women. Instead, she woke up, tangled amongst her sheets like a fish in a net, grasping for air. What happens? Oh, she didn't hit the ground. Instead, she woke up, tangled amongst her sheets like a fish in a net, grasping for air. Her face was uncomfortably flushed despite it being another cold morning, and her palms were slick with sweat. Oh. Yeah. I got another message from someone else, and I can type words correctly. Anyways. Her face was uncomfortably flushed despite it being another cold morning. Her palms were slick with sweat. There was an unpleasant taste in the back of her mouth, like mold or decay, and her tongue felt oddly furry. Hey yo. But had she forgotten to brush her teeth last night? Ethel tried to cast her mind back, but she couldn't. Her mind still felt like it had been scrubbed clean, her thoughts a vague, hazy blur. The back of her head hurt. Her limbs were aching as though she really had been dashing through the woods in a desperate bid for her life. But the remnants of her dream were fast beginning to fade, exposed to the daylight, daytime light which was filtering in through the windows. I can read English words correctly good. Don't worry, guys. It's not like I read visual novels every goddamn week. No! Impossible. I could totally read English words. Why would you think I haven't? Why would you think I have? I don't know how to read English words. I'm absurd. Ah! Cute! I love her. Yuri! Ethel sat up, then pressed a palm against her forehead. It felt clammy. Was she getting sick? She hoped she hadn't caught a fever after wandering about all in that rain. She didn't want to prove Mr. Brown right. She supposed. It didn't matter all that much. I can English words, second alliteration. Yep. Sorry, I'm struggling with everything in existence because She doubted that she'd be seeing him again. Ethel blinked, her eyelids heavy, and stared at the wall of the bedroom. A bedroom which had once been hers, but was no longer. Most of Ethel's old furniture remained. The bed was still her old one, and so was the wardrobe beside it, but Manny had transformed it in her absence. Ethel's old books and her journals and her little collection of ceramic factories had all been thrown out, replaced with trophies from Manny's various football matches and his favourite sports magazine. Not even a manga. Not a manga, it's a fucking mangas. Fucking nerd. Fucking nerd. Fucking anime nerd. Fucking sports manga, bitch. At least Ethel's old swivel chair, salvaged from a friend of Jude's, who'd meant to throw it out, was still there. Ethel's ancient PC, however, had been chucked, replaced with a brand new model, with translucent case, which lit up like a display of pyrotechnics. Taps my case, taps my laptop, taps my fucking desktop with a fucking glass side. Heck yeah. Lovely. Ethel could see traces of her old life in this room, but they were few and far in between. The times had changed, and they moved right past her. She didn't belong here. She was no longer wanted. Had she ever been? Ethel sniffed. The wall blurred, and she had to wipe her eyes fiercely with the back of her arm. What's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? With you? Not even me, you. Sharply, she scolded herself. Stop thinking too much. You'll never get anything done like that. Ethel pressed the heel of her palm against her eyes so hard her vision blurred. Then, she forced herself to stand. She threw aside the covers of her bed and set about her day. Not that there was much of the day left. It was already 13 o'clock. How could she have slept for such a long time? In university, she'd gotten into the habit of waking up early in the morning, at 8 o'clock, if not sooner, for her lectures. She'd been letting things slide at her parents, maybe because she got into the holiday spirit. She didn't have any lectures to attend, so there was no real reason for her to get up with the rising of the sun. She didn't have anything to do, nor anywhere to go. Full stop. This thought was depressing, though, as was the realization that she had only about 3 hours of sunlight left to her. The days were so short lately, the nights so long. It was cold, too. Ethel shivered as she changed out of her pajamas and into casual clothes. The same sweater she'd worn last night and the same shapeless skirt which she had left to dry out the radiator. She didn't care enough about her appearance to rootle about in her suitcase for any other clothes. Everything hung up inside the wardrobe now belonged to Manny. I love her. I love her fit. I love her. Look at her. So cute. I love Ethel. I love her. I'm gay. I'm gay. Once she tied back her hair to plaits. I don't fucking know. And set about her day. She went to work on her thesis. She would work on her thesis, but first she had to have breakfast at 1 o'clock in the morning, or 13 o'clock, or lunch, given how late it was. Ethel made herself a cheese toasty in the kitchen, using the toasty press that her father always before to clean, so crumbs kept getting stuck on it. Ethel made sure to check the press for moldy crumbs very, very carefully before she stuck her cheese sandwich between it. Moldy cheese, moldy bread, moldy fucking sandwich, moldy cheese toasty. Imagine that. Fucking disgusting, actually. I don't want to imagine that. Get that image out of my brain. Thank you very much. Ethel ate her toasty and sipped a cup of peppermint tea she'd made herself. But this wasn't enough to satisfy her appetite. All of a sudden, she felt ravenous. She made another toasty, with ham this time, bright pink like sunburnt skin, and she ate it in silence too, with a second cup of peppermint tea. Tea. I love myself some tea. I have some tea with me as well. I'm kind of a bit cold, a bit of warm tea now, but pretty good tea. Decaf, because I don't like caffeine. It fucking hates me. Wink wonk, wink wonk. As even thought, after that ham and cheese toasty, she could go for a third. But it was here that she stopped herself. There wasn't much bread left, there wasn't much cheese, and she didn't fancy trekking to the corner store. Corner shop, even. Not a store, it's a shop. It's different. She wasn't in the mood for human interaction. Ethel washed the toasty press in the sink, if only to stop herself from daydreaming about a third toasty, and set it on the rack dry alongside the butter knife, and a plate. Ooh, let's investigate the living room. Let's investigate the living room. We have Cluedo, we have Connection, we have Connect, we have Monopoly, we have Catan, we have a doll, we have a globe, we have a cow. I think we have China, we have fucking gins. We have fucking whiskeys, an Xbox, and an Xbox One, and something. I haven't a fucking clue what that is though. This task accomplished even, she brewed a third cup of tea. There was still plenty of tea bags at least. Then took her mug to the living room. She would work on a thesis later. She still had time. First, she wanted to see what was on TV. There was nothing wrong with that. Was there? She needed to relax. Ethel flipped through the channels, but nothing caught her fancy. They were mostly showing old Christmas movies, the Santa Claus, and the like. It was appropriate, Ethel supposed, but given the season. But she wasn't in the mood to watch any holiday actors wearing fat suits. Hoing. For want of anything else to do, Ethel wound up rifling through the DV DV shelf. Even fucking English words are great. Many might have thrown away her old wind chimes and her fairy figures, but her DVDs were still there. The box set of Buffy and the Vampire Diaries, and Doctor Who, even. In Doctor Who. After some deliberation, Ethel settled on Supernatural. She had seen the series through multiple times, but the adventures of the Winchester brothers always cheered her up. The series was old, and it was definitely corny, but that was where all the appeal was. It was fun, and that was something Ethel's life severely lacked. Ethel watched 5 episodes of the first season of Supernatural, then it started in 6. I'm sorry, there's Sam and Dean Winchester in the background. Lol. She paused at intervals to make herself fresh cups of tea, or to snaffle snacks. from the kitchen. Snaffle. Snaffle. What a fun word, snaffle. The kitchen. Then, before she knew it, the day disappeared. When Ethel checked her phone, she saw it was already 21 o'clock, which is about 9, if I remember correctly. No. Yes. 9 o'clock. Where had all the time gone? Watching multiple episodes of Supernatural, which are at least an hour long. That's where the time went, Ethel. You fucking binge Supernatural. Insane. Ethel gnawed wearily at the end of her plate, her plate, as she weighed out her options. It was too late to make a start on a thesis, she supposed. She was tired despite it being pitch black outside, largely because she'd woken up so late herself. She could still make some progress if she applied herself. She just has to focus. She could... Those thoughts were soon interrupted, however, by a ringing on the kitchen. It was the rarely used landline. Somebody was calling her. But who and why? Wasn't it a bit too late to receive any calls? Part of Ethel hoped, stupidly, that it was Clementine calling at long last to check up on her. She soon dismissed this thought, however, as a fleeting fancy. Clementine had spoken to her in over a fortnight. Ethel couldn't see any reason why she would do so now. What if she hadn't bothered to call during Christmas, or on New Year's? There was something special about the date. It wasn't anybody's birthday. Besides, if Clementine had wanted to call her, she would have called Ethel's ancient Samsung. Ethel's mobile had been silent all day, however, and the day before that, and the day before that. It wasn't as though Ethel had any no friends, even if her social pool had dwindled significantly after she had broken up with Clementine. None of them had wanted to check up on her, however. It wouldn't be a friend, then, who was calling. It's far more likely to be her parents. The phone kept ringing, sound shrill and unpleasant, as it echoed inside Ethel's skull, and she winced. Alright, I'm coming. Ethel got to her feet and shuffled her unenthusiastic way into the kitchen. Then she removed the phone, a bulky, boxy thing, from its cradle, and held it to her ear. Hello, this is... Hello there, honey! I'm glad I finally got through to you. It took a minute. I was worried I was in trouble with the connection. I texted you a couple of times, but you didn't reply. I was started to worry about you, all alone in the house. Have you been? I hang in there. Everything okay, isn't it? Ethel took a step back, unnerved by the sudden deluge of words from the other end of the line. She wasn't sure how to answer this. How had she been hanging in there, metaphorically speaking? Was she still alive, at least? She was still alive, at least. But she didn't necessarily feel it. Her sleep schedule had been so short. She was so short. She still felt half asleep. Half awake, or maybe that should have been half asleep. I did interpret that wrong. I read that wrong, but I interpreted it relatively correctly, but still also kind of differently as well. Either way, there's a pause, and then I'm fine, I guess. That's great, Effie. I'm glad things are going well. And what time is it over there? It's 8 o'clock here. It's 8 here, and we've only just woken up. We'll be on our way down to the Bracky soon. That was very likely Laurie. That was very likely Lauren. She had a way of infantilizing her own speech, breaking down words like one might when talking to a baby, regardless of whom she was interacting with. As I did wonder, Sorry. Ethel did wonder sometimes, when she was feeling specifically cynical, if this was a habit Lauren had picked up from TikTok in her attempts to make her videos suitably inoffensive and toothless. Who could know? But Lauren had always been like this, long before becoming a micro-influencer. She embarrassed Ethel plenty during her school's parent evenings, when Lauren would, without any trace of irony, ask whether her then teenage daughter had been a good girlie who had not been up to any mischief. But I went for money. You know what he's like. In the mornings, he's awful for it. Oh, yes, I know. Ethel knew this only too well. She'd been on the receiving end of money's sour states more times than she could count over the last couple of years, when she'd come back to her parents from university. Manny had been sweet enough when he'd been a child. Ethel could still remember the way he'd clung to her, begging her to play with him. But he'd undergone a drastic transformation since puberty had hit him. His skin had turned green, and he'd not sprouted any antennae, but he had become surly. So much so, Ethel sometimes wondered whether her parents should have just called him Moody instead of Manny. Moody, motherfucker. One day I'll get this fucking package. Sorry, I'm once again staring at my package, which was supposed to get here yesterday. It was out for delivery. All the other packers of the same company. Same shipping company. It's still not here, though. Fucking... Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fucking stupid ass shipping company. Taking ages to get one thing here. You know, the truck really passed and dropped off something at my house the same day yesterday. Fucking stupid. Skin had turned green and he'd sprouted any antennae, but he had become surly. So Ethel sometimes wondered whether her parents should have called him Moody instead. Leave a 100 possum and stretch. Hi hi. Hi hi. And stretch. Thank you. Ah, alright. Headphone wires rubbing on everything, making everything sound weird. Manny had also become something of a night owl. It wasn't uncommon for him to stay up until the early hours gaming. Gaming? He would commandeer Rowan's old laptop when Ethel was at home, and he could no longer access his fancy PC, but he said it was too old to run his favorite games properly, that it stuttered and lagged. Being parted from his gaming PC always put Manny in a bad mood, and when he lost a match on Rowan's old laptop, he cried of disappointment. His cries of disappointment would filter through the thin walls of the house. It looked like Manny was up to his old tricks when in Australia. It may be the jet lag could be a contributing factor to his inability to wake up. Who knows? Not me. Well, whatever the case, Ethel didn't begrudge her mother having to wake him. Although, now that she thought about it, the task of waking Manny up had probably fallen onto Judith's capable shoulders instead. They were a lot bigger than Lawrence. It's almost 9 here, Ethel said, in response to her mother's early question. A reply which, though Ethel could not see it, she was sure made her mother blink. In the morning, dear? No, in the evening. It's pitch black outside. Australia's 11 hours ahead of the UK, remember? Is it? I guess it is. That's math. That is how math works. Oh, yes! 11 hours! Of fucking course. Duh! That doesn't make any sense, does it? No? Maybe it's different time zone. I thought it was fucking... only... no, actually, no, maybe that is... No, that's not 11. Confusion, anyways. You're always so on top of these things, Effie. You're just smarty pants. I don't think so. Oh, but you are! Don't be so hard on yourself. You need to learn how to take a compliment. How's that? Thing that you've been working on. Thing? Yes, you know, the thing! The thing for your uni, what's it called again? You're referring to my thesis? Yes, that's right! Your thesis! How's it going, baby girl? Well, I would hope... you did miss out on coming at lovely Australia after all, for it. Oh, everything's... alright, I guess. That's great, honey! I'm glad to hear it! Your mother's rooting for you! You've got this! Laura might not. Laura might not have understood what Ethel was studying, but at least her support was genuine. Ethel knew that her mother really was rooting for her, regardless of what happened. They were about as different as it was possible for a mother and daughter to be. But Lauren's love for her daughter was sincere. Ethel was quite fortunate, really, to have a pair of parents who did care about her so much, even if they didn't understand her. She appreciated everything her parents had done for her. But that only made her feel worse about fudging the truth. Why couldn't she be more honest? Well, I'll leave you to it then, my little genius. Study hard, but not too hard. You know what they say. All work and no play makes Effie a dull girl. Go and have fun if you can. Not that there's much to do around Oxbury, I'll admit. Still, you could always get the car, maybe go for a drive to Marsden. Marsden? I can't drive, Mum. I didn't pass my test. Oh yes, my mistake. Still, you're almost there, even if I can drive, and I was hopeless at school. It's Pike. Always said I was thicker than a brick wall, and she was probably right. You should be able to manage your driving tests easily. Cover cogs like you. There's nothing to it. Just don't kill anybody, and you'll be a golden. Ah! Thanks, Alan. Try to keep that in mind. Atta girl, now I must be off. It looks like Jude's only managed to get money out of bed. And what's time too? He was sleeping like a dead. I'll speak with you later, Abby. Have a nice rest of your night. Don't have there's much to do. Not night left. Ta-ra now. Yes, goodbye. There was a click on the other end of the line. Then there was nothing. Laura had gone. She left her sad, serious daughter, who was sequestered away sequestered in their too small home in the grey and desolate Oxbury, and returned to the sea and the surf of exotic Australia. Well, the sea and the surf would come later, probably. First, Lauren and the others would be going down to the dining room, where they could eat their fill of fried sausages and fried mushrooms and baked beans. Baked beans. Beans. Ethel frowned. The mother ate just as much as she did, if not even more, but she wasn't as skinny as the post. Ethel, meanwhile, couldn't look at a full English fry-up without gaining weight. Gaining weight. Life could be so unfair. Speaking of food, Ethel could hear her stomach rumbling. Maybe it was time to root through the fridge again. With some luck, she could be able to find something worth eating. More than just fucking toasties. More than just cheese toasties, hopefully. As much as we love cheese toasties, they're kind of, you know, it's a bit boring and dull after eating enough of them. You eat off anything, you get kind of bored of it. One second, I am fucking around with something. Stare. Give me a second, I am. Stare. I'm distracted by something. Stare. Oh, okay, sorry. Anyways, wait a second, let me put this away then, without being distracted doing dumb things. Come on. Come on. There we go. We'll put this back down. Oh, there was Mari. There goes Mari. Or Mori. Wait a second, put this back. Fucking dropped it. What's this about? I think, okay. Refreshes tracking page for a package. No update yet. Fuck you. Okay, I actually need to dehydrate real quick. I'm gonna dehydrate. Be right back. Time to dehydrate. BB. BRB. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. They commenced to search, and was soon rewarded with some spoils, which was promising. The back of the fridge, covered with a taut layer of cling film, was a shallow baking tray full of her mother's cherry pie. Lauren wasn't the best cook. She tended to wing things, and her culinary creations always ended up overcooked or undercooked as a result. But she was a surprisingly decent baker. Lauren's grandmother, Ethel's great-grandmother, whose name she had inherited, had taught Lauren the ancient arcane art when she was younger, and Lauren had always been very close to her granny. Lauren had taken her granny's recipe to heart. She had practiced and perfected them for birthday parties and village fetes and charity sales, until her brownies and blondies and chocolate chip cookies became the talk of all of the Mother's Orchestra primary. Lauren had stopped baking quite so much once Manny had grown up, but she would still like to dabble from time to time. That was where this cherry pie sitting on the bottommost shelf of the fridge had come from. Lauren had been anxious that night before her flight. She was afraid of heights and terrified of planes, and she hadn't been able to sleep. Not knowing what else to do with herself, she'd gone downstairs at 2 in the morning, wearing her favourite pink nightgown, which made her look a bit like the stuck-up poodle from Oliver and the Company, and she began to bake. When Ethel herself had woken up later, much later, at one in the afternoon, her parents and her brothers had already left for Luton Airport. They hadn't woken her up to wish her goodbye, though perhaps they hadn't needed to. They had said goodbye the night before. In any case, Laura had left her daughter a note. "We've already left the airport, love." Well, she'd written the loopy cursive. Lauren's spelling wasn't the best, but her handwriting was a work of art. Picked out in patchy blue bureau. "So don't worry about us or wonder where we are. I'm sure we'll be fine." "I couldn't sleep last night, so I made some cherry pie. It's cooling in the fridge right now. How much do you want if you don't go to waste? Love you, Effie. See you later. Stay safe. That was one of the things Ethel liked about her mother. They might not have seen eye to eye on a lot of things, but Lauren wasn't exactly stingy with her affection. Ethel allowed herself a small smile, took the cherry pie from the fridge. It had been a few days since her parents left for Australia, and she'd begun grazing at the pie in her absence. It wasn't as good as it had been. The crust had lost some of its crunch, and the cherries inside their contradictory sweet sharpness. But it was more than edible. There was only one slice left, and Ethel meant to make short work of it. She slid the remaining slice of cherry pie into an old IKEA plate, which she then shoved inside the microwave. She let the pie rotate in the microwave for a couple of minutes before drawing it out. It is Puzzle Sunday, of course. The center of the pie had cratered, and the bright red cherry filling looked almost garish. It was streaked across the plate, bright enough to be obscene. The darker piece of cherry mixed among the lighter, most inoffensive sauce looked unnervingly like blood clots. Give me a second as I mess around with some things in the background real quick. Refresh this. Okay, right, good. Ethel was reminded rather forcefully of the toilet bowl during her period, and her stomach turned. Ugh. Maybe she wasn't as hungry as she thought. For a few moments, she considered scraping the cherry pie into the bin, but she discounted the idea. She didn't want to throw away her mother's hard work. Ethel took the cherry pie to the kitchen table, then sat down. She began to eat, trying to force all the unfortunate associated with lopsided pie on the plate and the toilet bowl on one side. She had to eat, trying to force all the unfortunate association with the lopsided pie over a plate and the toilet bowl on one side. But this soon proved to be a difficult endeavour, especially when a strange, mushy taste spread across her tongue. Ethel's nose wrinkled. What was that? It tasted like Jude's compost heap in the garden. It tasted like Jude's compost heap in the garden smelt of dirt and decay. Ethel had sampled her mother's cherry pie numerous times in the past, even the less than perfect pies which had burnt on the bottom, but it had never tasted quite like this. Ethel swallowed her mouthful of pies as best she could. Then she examined it. It looked normal, at a cursory glance, but a quick excavation of its underside with the tines of a fork revealed something rather alarming. The crust which encased the pie, once uniform gold, had endured a troubling transformation process. The pie crust was flecked with discoloured patches, ghostly white, and, more worryingly, a sickly, lichen-like green. Was that mold? Ugh. Ed's stomach, which had felt uneasy ever since awakening, lurched. She felt like she was going to be sick, but she didn't want to be. Just like some people felt faint at the sight of blood, Ethel couldn't stand the sight of vomit. A fact which hadn't made her very popular at Madeline Dawes' 6th birthday. Madeline had forced them all to play a game foreseen by her mother, where the participant had to stuff as many marshmallows into their mouth without gagging. One girl, Naomi, had managed to a whopping 21 marshmallows before her gag reflex kicked in. She had thrown up a horrible pastel pink, semi-thick sludge, which had oozed, not trickled, down her chin onto the froth. Naomi's vomit had smelt awfully acidic, but it had been sickeningly, cloyingly sweet at the same token. Her vomit semi-solid and full of pillowy pastel chunks of marshmallow. It had been the smell of it, more than the sight of it, which had turned Ethel's stomach. Her innards had twisted like kneaded dough. Oh. Sorry, my hair is fucking tucking itself. Oops. Then, in Symphony of Naomi, she had also vomited. That triggered a chain reaction, and by the end of Madeline's party, 4 children had emptied the contents of their stomach all over Miss Dawes' newly installed Siberian white carpet. Not the best thing to happen ever. Not the best thing to happen. Ethel hadn't been invited to Madeline's house again, though Naomi had. Ethel had always found that unfair. Naomi had been the one who had thrown up first. But maybe it didn't matter who'd done it first. It mattered that Ethel had, because she had only ever been there under duress. A pity invitation sent by Madeline's mother, because she knew Ethel didn't have any friends at Augsbury Primary. Madeline's mother had soon stopped pitying her after the great vomiting incident, however. This memory brought a fresh flush of shame to Ethel's face. She swallowed the bile which was rising to her throat, thick and fast, and pushed the mouldy cherry pie to one side. Then she leant back in her chair, pressing her hands to her cheeks, trying to force herself to breathe. What was she supposed to do with the rest of her time? She supposed she could always play the violin, but the thought didn't fill her with much excitement. She couldn't see the point in playing it if it did not make her happy. But that was where the problem lay. Nothing had been making Ethel happy as of late. When she thought about what she wanted to do, all she could see was a void, blank and empty. Ethel continued to sit there, the nape of her neck pressed up uncomfortably against the back of her chin, her cheeks sticky from cherry pie. She was sure, though, she couldn't see herself. She was sure, though she couldn't see herself, that she must have looked like an awful mess. But the girl yesterday in the church had been nice to her, nicer than she probably deserved. She's played her part. She's called her pretty. Then she kissed her. The thought of this kiss surfaced to the forefront of Ethel's mind. Then she flushed. Maybe she would go and see the girl. It wasn't though she had anything else to do. Ethel rose from the dining room table, then padded over to the front door. Once there, she put on her shoes, which were old and worn like all of her clothes, the insides worn away from rubbing against Ethel's soles. She felt a little too snug. They felt a little too snug around her feet. Perhaps she ought to buy a new pair, but Ethel endured it. The physical discomfort was a worthwhile trade-off with the reassuringly familiar fit of them. Dressed and ready to weather the great outdoors, Ethel retrieved her father's torch from his toolbox once more, where it slumbered in the dark alongside his other tools, his screwdrivers, Allen keys, and other bits and pieces of Ethel couldn't name. Now armed, feeling a little like a discount knight from an old fairy tale, Ethel then left the house. Ethel closed the door behind her, the thud, and fumbled with the keys for a few moments. Tried to jam them rather fruitfully into the lock before she realized she was trying to use the back door key instead. A bit embarrassing. Ethel's face flushed at this folly, though there was nobody around to tease her for it. She didn't come back home very often, and she got simple things like this mixed up sometimes. After locking the door, she then set off into the night. The rickety gate fencing their family's home, creaking beneath her fingertips as she pushed it open. She hoped that she'd be able to make it into the woods uninterrupted, but the distinctive, high-pitched sound of a dog barking made her pause. That barking sounded awfully familiar. Was that? Yes, it was. Ethel could see a small, fluffy dog rounding the corner. One of such a diminutive stature, and with floppy ears, it looked like like a toy brought to life. There was a red collar around its neck, bright and glossy, like the glazed exterior of a candied apple, and a leash attached to the collar. The leash extended upwards into the gloom, and was wound about the fingers of a man whose height eclipsed the dog's to a comic degree. The dog could only have been Sparky, while its owner was Mr. Brown. I hung back, feeling shy and stupid, half hoping that Mr. Brown hadn't seen her. She didn't want to get involved in any conversations. Part of her hoped that, by sliding into the shadow, he might walk past her. But her disappointment. Well, well, now this is a coincidence. I didn't expect I'd see you twice. Not 2 days running. Ethel wasn't slender or insubstantial enough to slink into the shadows, not as she fancied the girl from the church could. All she could do was stand there, feeling foolish as Mr. Brown approached her. He blinked and said, Ethel? You alright? Ethel knew Mr. Brown was being nice, at least. That was what he was attempting. But his niceness rankled. Why did people keep asking her that? Did you look that miserable? I'm fine. I just thought I'd go for a walk. Another walk? Mr. Brown raised his eyebrows, which were full and bushy. Didn't you get your fill of exercise last night? No, well, I just wanted some fresh air. Ah, yes. The air is very fresh around here. Nothing else. It makes a nice change for the city. Or, so I say. Like I've ever lived here. Like I've not lived here before almost 30 years. You used to live in the city? Ethel didn't really mean to take an interest. She didn't want to carry this conversation out longer than it had to, but she couldn't help herself. She'd only ever seen Mr. Brown as a teacher, an authority figure who existed solely to tell her what to do, and, more often than not, what not to do. She never thought about his past before. Why would she? It hadn't been all that long ago that Ethel had been a child. She didn't realize that other people actually had lives of their own, that the world didn't revolve solely around her, and her aching desire to be accepted by the cool girls in her class who went horse riding and sleepovers and braided one another's hair. Oh, aye. Mr. Brown answered, casually, with a small smile. Why do I have 5 pings? Oh my god. I look to see 5 messages, oh god. This is important. Bookmark time. Bookmark picking. Bookmark. Ooh. So good. just me answering DMs on stream, well, on the stream, because it's important. She's important. I like to be as punctual as possible with my DM replies. Anyways, Mr. Brown answered casually, small smile. I lived in Glasgow. Glasgow. I was born there. Born and bred. You hear it in my accent. It comes out from time to time. That's not here and there. Glasgow. Very funny if I have a Glasgow. Very funny if I already give me a Glasgow accent without realizing. I don't think I did though. I'll find out actually. I'm curious. What's the Glasgow accent sound like? We'll find out. Glasgow accent. I don't want a Glasgow, I want Glasgow. That's what I'm looking for. Fucking Glasgow region. Oh, that's the user accent. Okay, well, I can't really do it. I really have to say. Anyways, I think Glasgow was born there. Born and bred. You can hear the American accent when it comes out from time to time. That's not here there. You're very pitiful. You're not coming down with something, are you? I thought back to the cherry pie she'd eaten. She'd been flecked with mold, and so it turned. She didn't think that would have done her health many favours, but surely that hadn't been enough to make her seriously sick. She should put it from her mind. Fine. I just wanted to stretch my legs, like I said. So you did? Ash was like that. She's a very outdoorsy person. She's always going out to the little Johnson out there in the countryside and all the hikes. Mr. Brown's voice trailed off and he shook his head. Oh, I hope you didn't get caught up in any awful rain yesterday at least. I got a bit damp, but I was fine. We would have got home in time. Not quite. I had to take shelter in the church. It let up after that. That's just as well. I'm glad you didn't get too drenched. Or the worse, that you felt I broke something. I was worried about that actually. Yeah, as much as I make this, I want this to be an accurate accent. I thought, how would I just, make it audible and you can understand what the fuck's happening. You were worried about me? Of course I was. I thought it was awful late to go out on a walk. And it started coming down so hard too. I was afraid you might have gotten yourself hurt. A wee lass like yourself. I knew Mr. Brown meant well, but she had to stifle back a snort in the face of this last remark. She was a lass, yes, but there was something particularly wee about her. She was a lot older than she had been, and she wasn't taller. But Mr. Brown was still taller than she was. A wee lass, that ain't she? A wee lass, ain't she? A fucking adorable lass, ain't she? Fucking love you though. Thank you. You better not do that. Not hurt. You don't need to worry. Yes, I can see that. Quite a bit. It's clear you know how to look after yourself. Yes, well, as I thought. I am 21. I'm still a child. I thought I stop hectoring. I'm not your father. I'm not your teacher any longer. Yeah, it's not my place to fuss. It's just... Force the habit, I guess. You said you went on the church last night, though. What? Oh, yes, I did. Is there a problem with that? Not really, it's just... Mr. Brown shifted, adjusting his grip on Sparky's leash in his head as he did. His dog yipped in response and nuzzled his nose at Mr. Brown's trouser leg. Mr. Brown smiled at this, the expression tender, as he said, Yes, Sparky. We're on our way in a minute. It's just... Mr. Brown frowned. Then he sighed. It might be nothing, but I've heard some strange things about the church that night and is all in the farce too, when I think of it. Strange things? Aye, that's right. I've never seen anything myself. I didn't go into the woods any after dark. But some of my friends from the running club, they've said, well, it sounds like a lot of silly superstition, really. I don't know if I put too much stock in it, but they say they've got some odd going on. There's been some odd going-ons on the charts in the early hours. Such as? Oh, you know, it's all the usual stuff. They say they've heard noises, I suppose. Strange whispers in mid-dark. I was skeptical myself. I thought it must have been some droll animal or rabbits or that. But they're rather insistent that there's something going on in the forest. I can't say I've ever heard anything of that of the ordinary myself. But like I said, I don't go in there at night. It seems like a trip of the emergency room without it to happen. What with all the uneven ground and especially during the winter. It's not safe, but not because of any bugbears or ghouls or goblins and what have you. And there is that Delaney girl. Well, of course. How could Ethel forget about her? She never met the girl, yet she hung around Augsbury like a ghost. Is it possible to ignore her? It had been much the same when Chloe, what's her name, had gone missing more than a decade prior. But Ethel had been in primary school then. He hadn't really understood the significance of a teenage girl, only 14 or 15, sneaking out of her parents' home late at night, disappearing without a trace within the woods. Well, Ethel said, without a trace. Much more of Chloe had been found than this Miss Delaney. They had found one of her shoes almost 6 months after her disappearance, deep in the woods, half buried beneath the leaves. If you keep a good head on your shoulders, I'm sure you'll be fine. You're too old for me to tell you what to do. Just do be careful. I'd hate to have to explain to your parents when they get back, what you're doing in the hospital with a broken leg or worse. Mr. Brown's words were light, but I thought rather got the feeling that there was more to his warnings than he was letting on. His tone a bit too irreverent in a manner, which wasn't at all like his usual serious style of speech. Did Mr. Brown set more stone in ghouls and goblins than he wanted Ethel to think? A cold wind blew, disturbing Ethel's braids. The temperature was low enough that it made Ethel's fingers tense like claws, buried though they were in her pockets. Her teeth, meanwhile, were chattering, but it wasn't necessarily from the cold. Maybe there was something ominous about the woods, Ethel thought. She had felt herself the uneasy feeling of invisible eyes trained upon her. But that was all her imagination. There wasn't anything dangerous lurking in the woods. Not really. Or was there? Ethel made slow progress as she walked through the woods, her passage impeded by how muddy and uneven the terrain was. It had rained too much the night prior, and the forest had suffered from it. The earth a cacophony of dun brown mud, loose leaves and fallen foliage. Heavy rainfall had transformed the patch through the forest into a veritable quagmire. Ethel didn't have any hiking boots. She didn't go outside often enough to justify it, and she'd been forced to settle for her trainers. Her trainers were reliably sturdy. The heels were practically thick, and they sunk into the mud with every single step she took. Ethel tried to go as carefully as she could. She knew that she was clumsy, and she didn't want to take a slip when the ground was muddy, but she still stumbled on several occasions. During one particular anxious-inducing moment, her right foot caught in a tree root, and she very nearly, toppled into the dirt. Fortunately, the tree trunk which was aforementioned root. Unfortunately, the tree trunk which the aforementioned root had been attached to was in the immediate vicinity, as Ethel had been able to use it in order to steady herself. That really had been a close call. Ethel delved even deeper into the woods. The trees sprouted up around her like pagan monuments. Typically, when Ethel went walking in the woods, she would hear the wind through the bounce of the trees and nocturnal animals, moles and rabbits, snuffling about in the undergrowth. Oaksbury's forest never really slept, no matter how late the hour. There was always something to see. And if it was too dark to see, there was always something to hear. Ethel couldn't hear much of anything, however, as she traversed the forest, beyond the squelching sounds of her own footsteps and her nervy inhalations. It was quiet. Perhaps too quiet. There's something eerie about it. But maybe this too could be attributed to the rainfall. It had poured down rather a lot the night prior, so much so the leaves still looked damp from it. The late-night animals, with their inquisitive snouts and their scrabbling claws, must have been taking refuge, still in case another storm were to brewing. Mr. Round had said the weather looked clear enough tonight, but how were the animals to know that? It would make sense if they were being skittish. The trees eventually began to thin out, and soon Ethel emerged into the moonlight clearing where St. Catherine sat. The church didn't exactly loom out of the darkness. It wasn't grand enough for that, but it was a somber, reassuring, solid presence regardless. Ethel didn't know quite how old the church was, but Rowan was something of a history buff, and he had told her about it once before. Rowan was a hands-on kind of person, unlike Manny, and he spent a lot of his free time going on rambles about Oaksbury and the fields which surrounded it. Rowan did etchings of the graves, and he liked to take photos of them, all little grey lozenges, which were stained with lichen and crumbling ever so gently around the edges. The parish council might have dissuaded teenagers from hanging out in the churchyard for fear they might desecrate the graves and leave cigarette butts strewn in their wake, but Rowan was like that. At 17 years of age, he was one of the kindest, most conscientious teenage boys Ethel knew. Which wasn't saying much, given Rowan was one of the only teenage boys she knew, but still. If Rowan had been there, he could have taught her when the church had been constructed, down to the exact year. He could have taught her about the history of the stained glass window, which Ethel had always thought a curious addition for such a small, humble church. He probably knew when the window had been installed, and who it depicted, and he probably could have taught her the name of the glazier who had made the damned thing. But Rowan wasn't there. He was in Australia, with Lorne and Jude and Manny. And though he'd shared these nuggets of information with Ethel, once, she'd already forgotten all of it. Give me a second, go be right back to get more tea. Back in a hot minute. Tea's important. And I'm back with some more tea. Good old tea. Tea. Anyways. Continuing on. I thought a bit. A brief flicker of guilt over her awful memory. What a Calispic sister she was. But all thoughts of Rowan soon dissipated as she took a step towards the church. Its wooden door was ajar. It was only ajar, a small crack, a hair's breadth, in fact, but it's enough to instill in Ethel's hope anew. Maybe the girl really was there. Was she waiting for her? They pushed the door open, just a notch, then slipped inside the church. The sound of the old door opening seemed uncomfortably loud in the near total silence. It rent the air quite clumsily. Ethel winced as she heard its slow, obnoxious creaking, which sounded like the malcontented rumbling of a mighty whale's stomach. I just wanted to spoil the magic of the girl's singing, but it was too late. The silence had been broken. Ethel knew that the girl would soon turn her head, and she did. The girl turned, the dark hair fluttering half melted into the darkness, as though her head was made of shadows. She took a step forward, her skirt swishing, and said, "Ethel, I was wondering if I would see you again. I was getting so bored and lonely waiting for you." You were? Of course I was. I asked if you wanted to see me again, didn't I? Oh yeah, yes, you did, so you did. It was true enough that the girl had asked this during their last meeting, but Ethel hadn't really believed in it. She hadn't thought that the girl cared. Why would she? She's beautiful. Well, Ethel was. With you here, this old church feels a lot more homey. Now then. The girl took a seat on one of the pews, then patted the empty space beside her. Won't you sit down? There's an awful lot I'd like to ask you. I've only managed to scrape the surface last night. You're still such an enigma to me. I could call you Miss Mystery. I think I could say the same about you. I still don't know your name. All good time. First, I want to ask about you. What's your story? Story? Ethel frowned. I don't think I've really have one. Oh, don't be silly. Everyone has a story. You hardly grew out of the ground. Did you? Like a turnip? Well, no? Then you must have a story to share. Parents, grandparents, maybe some siblings. Hey, didn't you say you had a couple of brothers? I do, yeah. Ronnie and Rowan. They're both younger than me. And? What are they like? Ronnie is... He's... Well... Ethel paused. How could she put this tactfully? I thought to talk about her feelings about money, while trying to maintain a veneer of politeness. But Manny himself wasn't a very polite person. Manny was practically glued to his PC. He had been banned from numerous lobbies from using words he really shouldn't have been, and he swore and swagged about the house as though he owned the place. He pattered around the kitchen, barefoot, sometimes shirtless. He talked with his mouth full at the breakfast table, and the only person he ever listened to was Jude. When he thought everyone else was uncool, Ethel in particular, because she was shy and awkward, and she'd been awful acne in her last year of secondary school, and because she played the violin. Wait a second, I'm yelling at. Come on. Fucking package, where the hell are you? I want my fucking package. Fucking yelling at the goddamn company. I love AI assist. I love the fucking AI. customer service. It's great. Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Delivery company taking ages to send a package, even though they were here yesterday. The package, when they're both out delivered at the same time. Fucking shook. I thought everybody else was cool, Anthony, unless you're right by then. He's a typical teenager. Does that mean he's a pain in the neck? He can be. And what about your other brother? Rowan's lovely. He's not like money at all. He's very quiet, actually, and mostly keeps to himself. Mom's been a bit worried about him, as it happens. Yeah? Yeah. She thinks he's being bullied at school, maybe. But if he is, he'd never tell. He just like to talk about it. Maybe he's afraid Money will make fun of him. I thought he was more worried about Mom, but that Mom would make a fuss. But maybe. Teenage boys can be like that. They have a lot of pride, even. No, especially the quiet ones. Some of the boys I had to deal with at school were such wankers. The ghost scoffed dismissively, then said, "So, what about your parents? Didn't you say yesterday you weren't all that close? It's complicated. My mum means well. I know she wants me to be happy, but I don't think she understands what would really make me happy. And I don't think she understands it either. Doesn't she try?" "She does. She paid for my violin lessons, though she didn't see the point in the classical music. She says it's boring, and she was supportive when I said I wanted to study English and English Lit. She didn't try to make me change my mind, not like some people's parents would have. She didn't tell me I should study something useful instead, like mathematics, or medicine, or, I don't know, physics. But she didn't seem to really get it either." "I take it your mother doesn't read a lot, then?" "She doesn't read at all, unless you count women's magazines." I thought I was just constipated, but then I gave birth to the more. Those sorts of magazines?" Ethel nodded. "My mother and I aren't very alike. I gather she doesn't sound like the sensitive sort. Not like you. Do you think I'm sensitive?" "It's the impression I'm getting, yeah. I mean, you stuck around to listen to me singing. It sounded like your mother would have told me to shut up, that I was giving her a headache." "I don't think she would have said that. My mother isn't cruel." Though Lauren could be blunt. Lauren had made many careless remarks about Ethel's appearance before, quips to the tune of, "Good, you aren't going down dressed like that, are you?" Ethel knew that Lauren didn't mean it in any ill by it. She's probably trying to show an interest in her own daughter. But sometimes, the way her mother looked at her hurt. Lauren was nice to Ethel because Ethel was her daughter. But Ethel knew that if her mother had been one of her peers, Shania or an Imogen or a Morgan back in school, she would have teased her relentlessly. Lauren, with her peroxide blonde hair and her French manicured nails, had probably made any number of frumpy, unfashionable girls cry when she'd been a student. Frumpy. Haven't heard that word in a while. Frumpy. Lauren might never have made a conscious effort to upset her own daughter, but she definitely made Ethel cry on more than one occasion. Cruelly. More than not, it doesn't sound like she takes much of an interest in you. We just like different things. It happens. We might be related, but that doesn't mean we'll have similar interests. And what is she into then? Violence and TikTok mostly. Love Island. Yes, it's a reality TV show. It's awful. The contestants are all horrid. But I think that's why Mother likes it so much. I tried watching it with her, but it felt like gulping at an animal in zoo. Ah, sorry. Brain. I don't think I got enough sleep last night again. Oh, rip me. Rip me. Or gladiators in an Olympic Colosseum. Out for one other's blood. Right. So your mum's hopeless. And your dad? He's your typical dad, I guess. You know? Likes football and Formula One, and his favourite band is Iron Maiden. He does woodworking and DIY, and he can play the guitar too. Oh, so he's a creative then. In a way, he was in a couple of local bands when he was younger, but never went anywhere. I don't think he resents it though. He was just having fun. Dad asked me once before why I bothered practicing violin so much, when it was obvious I didn't went anywhere with it. Projecting much, I'd say. He didn't. He did. He said if he'd not been able to get anywhere with his band, there's no way I'd be able to make it. I mean, he was playing punk, and I'm doing classical, so... He shouldn't have said that, whether he was right or not. It was uncalled for. Some people like to perform for their own sake. You don't need to perform, to be popular, to make yourself pursue. You make your pursuits worthwhile. Headache. That's what I said, and Dad said it was a good thing I got something out of the just screeching my violin made, because he sure as hell didn't. Well, he sounds like an arsehole. He's just insensitive. He isn't that bad, really. He was rude about your hobbies. No, your passions. And that's plenty bad. Especially coming from your father. I thought parents were supposed to support their children. There are lots of different parents in the world, and a lot of different children. I don't think I'm quite what either my mother or father wanted. Yeah? Well, parents can't choose their kids, but kids can't choose their parents either. I doubt you would have been stuck with them if you could decide, would you? Well, what? Ugh. Ethel thought to her real parents. Out of her real parents, the neatly groomed Lauren, and the wannabe rocker Jude. Then, she thought of the parents she had imagined for herself, while growing up. A sweet, sensitive couple who appreciated the arts, and who engaged Ethel in her musical pursuits. She thought of the upbringing she could have had. A Parisian apartment which overlooked Avenue Montaigne, Montaigne, and sighed wistfully. I guess not. I thought as much. Your folks seem rotten. They're not so bad. But it's just nice being able to talk about my interests with somebody who seems to care. Well, of course. Why not? The girl pouted, adopting the temperous tone of a Celtic warrior, queen of centuries past. You interesting? I'm not sure about that. You might not be, but I am. I wouldn't bother talking to you otherwise. I don't suffer fools gladly, you know. I don't like spending time with people who time me, and you most definitely don't do that. Hey yo. Sorry. I tried listening to your stories. I tried listening to you. Goodness, I think I'd enjoy simply sitting with you, even without talking. Your company is very soothing. Oh, I doubt that. You get bored of me eventually. Well, when I'm with you? The girl grinned. A cheeky grin which was less Celtic warrior queen and more Cockney Victorian chimney sweep. Never. I'm certain of that. I'm sticking to it. Why looks so surprised? Unsure though. Haven't people ever told you that you're interesting before? Not really. Well, perhaps people are stupid. You shouldn't pay attention to what they think, or don't think in this case, because it doesn't sound like they have any sensible thoughts rattling around their thick skulls. They're too empty-headed to realize something truly special when they see it. Ethel didn't reply. She was starting to feel too overwhelmed. The girl's words were so forceful. Ethel felt oddly breathless in their wake, stunned into silence. Ethel had never before been given a chance to think. She wasn't anything special. It felt quite the opposite, but give me a second. I gotta go back again. Sorry. You gotta be again. Sorry about this. I'm back with more drink. Alright. Back to Toxic Yuri. Back to the Toxic Yuri. Our favorite pastime. Yeehaw! Why does it yeehaw? Why does it yeehaw? The fuck? The fuck? You're too nice. That's your problem. You have a hard time standing up for people. Stand up to people. When they ignore you, or overlook you, or underestimate you, you roll over and accept it. I don't want to cause a fuss, so you agree with all the negative things these people say about you. Even things that are blatantly false. You're so afraid of causing an offense. You don't know how to properly live your own life. But I think that makes you special, too. In a sense. It means that you're very kind. You're a lot kinder than I am, at least. I'd never let anybody insult me like that. Head and hands, let yourself be claimed. Oh, be claimed? Oh, whoa, be claimed. Whoa, achievements. There you go. The girl leant in as she spoke, cupping both of Ethel's cheeks in her hands. The girl's skin might have been cold, almost inhumanly so. But the words which poured from her lips were so warm they made Ethel's body tingle. It was dark, cold night, but she was beginning to blush. Ethel couldn't help but be self-conscious about this. If Schneider were there, she would have pounced on even the smallest sign of weakness. But the girl didn't use it against Ethel. She wasn't trying to hurt her. Her voice was even sweeter than honey as she said, "But maybe that's why we get along so well. You can make up for what I lack. And maybe I can make up for what you lack too." Oh, what's I lack? The girl nodded. "If you can't tell people what you want, then I'll have to do it for you. And what makes you think that you know what I want?" "Oh, I think I have a pretty good idea. You might be bad at being honest with your true feelings, verbally at least. But they show up regardless, all over your pretty little face." Pretty? Yes, that's right. I think you're very pretty. And you're really easy to read too. It's so obvious what's going on inside that dome of yours. The girl leant in even closer. Just her nose brushed against Ethel. She inhaled. Then she said, her voice nearly playful, "And I think that's pretty cute. If you're going to act like this, then you don't leave me with much choice. I'll simply have to kiss you." The girl shifted closer to Ethel as she spoke, her fingers still splayed against Ethel's cheeks, effortlessly fixing her head in place. The girl might have been skinny, but her grip was surprisingly strong. Ethel could feel her fingertips digging into her skull with such intensity it hurt. Ethel trembled. Her eyes a little too large as the girl brought their lips closer. She exhaled, and when she did, Ethel felt the girl's breath ghost against her cheeks. Maybe it was just Ethel's imagination, but for a few moments, Ethel thought she could smell something subtly off about the girl's breath. There was something old about the air which was brushed against Ethel's cheeks. If age indeed had a smell. It put Ethel in mind of an old person's Yuri. Hi, Yuri. Yuri. It's Yuri time. I am quickly using my chargers on W place. Are charging up, slowly accumulating as I'm streaming. This is important. I want to get as much of this done as I can. Shit, important. If it put Ether in mind of an old person's home, the same one from her great uncle had been sequestered away in when his health had begun to deteriorate, and he could no longer shuffle around his bungalow without stumbling over his own slippery feet. Ethel had only visited her great uncle a handful of times in the old person's home, despite her mother's frequent invitations that she'd tag along. She hadn't liked it. All of those old people and women, old men and women, had upset Ethel. Their faces wrinkled and their wizened fingers gripping the arms of rests of their chairs. The skin shrunk down to the bone. Everything in the old person's home had been brown. The floors, the walls, the chairs, and though it had been scrubbed clean from top to bottom, with Lysol, there had been a pervasive stench which cut beneath this clinical cleanliness. The air had smelt unpleasantly rank, just like mildew. It had reeked of rapidly impending death, impossible to stanch. And the girl's breath was just like that. There was a perplexing wrongness to it which made Ethel's skin prickle. All of a sudden, Ethel wanted to pull away. But then, the girl's mouth was upon her, her lips wet and warm and yielding, and this didn't smell wrong. The girl's tongue was inoffensive as it slid between Ethel's parted lips, as was the saliva which coated it. Ethel couldn't find any reason to squirm away from her. If anything, she would far rather squirm against her. So she did. Ethel felt the girl's tongue exploring her mouth, slowly at first, but she moved more vigorously as the seconds elapsed, and Ethel made no attempt to pull her away. Ethel felt as though her skin was prickling with static electricity. Ethel had kissed the girl before, but that was nothing new. But she'd never kissed her quite like this before. It was intense enough to leave her head reeling, intense enough to render her breathless. Speaking with her breath, Ethel soon realized that she'd been holding it. Her lungs were burning. Was kissing supposed to hurt quite this much? Ethel had never been kissed quite this intensely before. Not by Clementine. The makeout sessions were now beginning to seem almost demure, even when they had escalated to rubbing hands between his shirts, rubbing hands between thighs. The girl had yet to take her hands from Ethel's face, but her kisses were unlike anything Ethel had ever known before. They were intense and driving, so much so it was scary. But it was exciting too. Ethel's blood was beginning to fizzle inside her veins like cream soda. Her head, meanwhile, felt light. but her lungs were still burning. This was no good. She had to get some air in her, otherwise Ethel was afraid she would asphyxiate, drowning in her own pleasure, wrapped in a vat of soup. A rat mentioned. Yes, a rat mentioned. Yes. A rat in a vat of soup. Ethel drew back from the kiss, her face daubed bright red with an intense, almost angry blush, which looked like a sunburn. Her chest was rising and falling from the effort of trying to inhale enough air which felt strangely light and sparse, as it might at the heady peak of a towering mountain. Ethel's lips were damp with the girl's kisses, and her heart was hammering from the intensity of them. It was a cool night, but her palms felt uncomfortably sweaty. Serendipitously, Ethel tried to wipe her palm on her skirt, all the while she felt like a fool. Why was she so worked up about a kiss, of all things? It was hardly her first. But she'd never felt anything like this before. It felt like a dream. Did you like that, then? The girl addressed Ethel directly, her eyes boring into Ethel's as if Ethel were her prey. The girl, the predator. It wasn't too much for you, was it? Ethel didn't know. Ethel, everything seemed like too much in that moment. Even existing seemed difficult, especially when her breathing was so very labored. She felt as though her back and she had, as if she felt as if she had back in secondary school, lagged behind her classmates in the middle of a cross country. Her heart wouldn't stop hammering. The girl's affection had been far too cloying as she poured into Ethel's mouth. Her kiss sweet like molasses, like candy floss, like cherry pie. It was also too much. It was overwhelming, but by the same token, it wasn't enough. Ethel wanted more of the girl. More of her fingers in her hair and her mouth against her own, and maybe the girl could see this, though Ethel was too ashamed to say it, because she giggled. Good girl. I'm glad you've warmed up to me so much so. I do wish she'd say a little more, though, to put me at ease. But that's all right. The girl spoke softly, caressing Ethel's damp lower lip with her index finger as she did. You don't need to talk. Not when we're together. I'm not interested in hearing more about your awful parents and your obnoxious brothers. There's plenty to learn about you just from kissing you. The whimpering that you make rather informative, and so is the way you shudder against me. It's utterly adorable. I've no idea why your girlfriend dumped you. She must have had awful taste. Huh? Groggily, Ethel blinked as though awakening from a dream. Her eyelids felt awfully heavy, as though they had been weighing down with lead. But she was still able to pick up the girl's features in the dark, her face looming centimeters away from her own. What was that about her girlfriend? Or ex-girlfriend, rather? Had Ethel told the girl about Clementine? She couldn't remember doing that. But she couldn't remember much, or anything, other than hands and teeth and lips and tongue, and grasping fingers and soft breaths and soothing sighs. Her thoughts we're all jumbled. Shh. It's alright. I know she hurt you. We don't need to think about her now. You don't need to think about anything. All you need to do is focus on me. I'm not cruel. Not like her. I won't abandon you. I like you. The girl leant in, lips parted, red lips like cherries, which were a little slick from Ethel's saliva. She was so close, Ethel could feel herself inhaling air the girls exhaled, taking her breath and stripping it of oxygen. Ethel was reminded, as the girl caressed her, of the cynical snake which ate its own tail. What was it called? Ethel had known it once, but she couldn't remember. And I'm going to keep on liking you. Had the girl's eyes always been so dark? No matter what. That's just the sort of person I am. It was just like a little glitter. Giggle. Jiggle. One which sounded oddly eerie. But the girl leant in, anew, to claim Ethel's lips for her own. Ethel grasped at the kiss, though it wasn't at this point a surprise. She expected it. The girl had kissed her innumerable times already, after all, that night. So much so, Ethel couldn't keep count of it. She still found herself squirming, however, at this new volley of intense kisses. Ethel felt the girl's teeth nib at her lower lip, too insistently. To be truly teasing. While fingers of her right hand kept her cheek. Because the girl's left hand, meanwhile, seemed imbued with a newfound restlessness. It began to roam, sitting beneath the hem of Ethel's sensible sweater, and then Ethel shuddered, her nerve endings aflame as the girl's palm pressed against her newly bare skin. The girl's touch was cold enough to be glacial. It felt like icy needles were being inserted beneath the skin, sharp, pointed needles, which drove the air clean from Ethel's body. The further the kiss progressed, the greater Ethel's deterioration became. Her eyelids flickered, though she had her eyes open. The girl was so close. Ethel couldn't see very much of her. In the dark of the night, the girl seemed an amorphous being made of teeming shadows. Something which wasn't wholly human. Ethel whimpered helplessly against the girl's mouth, her whole body aflame. An uncomfortable sort of dread began to crawl up Ethel's spine. It was cold and creepy. It left her paralyzed completely, incapable of moving. For moments, Ethel could only sit there, accepting the girl's kisses, but no longer reciprocating them. The girl's tongue felt a thick, heavy sort of thing in her mouth, like a slab of leather, and Ethel was filled with the sudden desire to bite down upon it. Her shoulders shook. She didn't want this. It was all happening too quickly. The girl's fingers roamed higher still beneath Ethel's shirt, and Ethel jolted. Her eyes widened. Then she shifted back, breaking the kiss with such suddenness it seemed almost akin to violence. Akin to violence. I'm sorry. I don't even. It's just this is all too sudden. Oh. The girl examined Ethel. Her head cocked in one side like a curious robin. Her lips curled into a smirk, and her voice, lightly amused, she said, "What's this? Don't tell me you're coming over or shy." No, it's just... Ethel looked away from the girl, nearly incapable of meeting her gaze. Who was she, anyway? Ethel said she didn't know her name. She could have been a serial killer, for all Ethel knew. A shadowy stranger who subdued hapless young girls. Not that Ethel herself was so young, not anymore. And led them to their deaths. This seemed a bit of a far-fetched assumption, but the girl had been singing when Ethel had first seen her. Wasn't that something the sirens did in Greek myth or something of the old? Sirens? Penelope. Sirens were beautiful women with long, curling hair and glittering tails, which had perched prettily upon their rocks, calling out to passing sailors. They had drowned more of a few hapless men that way, reducing their boats to pulped driftwood on the pointed, impersonal rocks. Ethel herself was no sailor, but she felt as though she was drowning. Her lungs might very well have been full with folded, muddied water, and the longer she sat with the girl, the more intense this feeling came. Ethel pressed her fingers against her lips. They were tingling. Her fingers, her lips both. Her brow, meanwhile, felt cold and clammy. Aww. The girl, evidently taking Ethel's silence as a tacit confession that yes, she was feeling shy, giggled. That's very cute. You keep saying that, but am I really cute? You are, Ethel! You're adorable! Look at you. Look at that, look at you. I love her. She's baby. I want to hold her and put her in pocket. She's so cute. I love her. So small. Of course. Good. You've got to be a little bit cute. Else I wouldn't have kissed you so much. Think of the stretch possum. And hydrate. Thank you. Hope you're also stretching and hydrating as well. You better be as well, because it's important. It should be important. Also, have we been getting the... Has it done the fakest shot at all? During hydrates? I don't think it has. It hasn't! Whoopsies, it's not selected, that's why. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. No wonder it's not throwing any friction. It's not been on there. I would have got to put fakest shot as an option for the hydrate. I'm dumb. I forgot to enable them whenever you did things. Lol. Let me just double check that the sound is on correctly for this thing. Yes, for that one, and this one too. Yes, okay. Making sure it's back on the menu, because I'm an idiot. I forgot to turn that back on. I'm still waiting for a package. Eventually they'll get here. Package. Where the fuck are you? You're on the. Oh, it's on the. It's on the. It's not with the drawer. We'll deliver it soon. Package is tracked. Yes, you said like yesterday. Has it moved? Fuck you. Fuck you, company. Not bring my package. You could have brought my package yesterday, or the other one, but no! You had to separate them for some fuck reason. Fuck you. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Anyways. And of course, you gotta be a little bit cute, else I wouldn't have kissed you so much. In fact, I've become quite taken with you. It's a bit of a shame you decided to cut our little rendezvous short. Rendezvous? Was that how the girl wanted to term it? How delightfully European! It almost made what they had done before. It almost made what they had done before. The girl's tongue, shoved inside Ethel's mouth, seemed cultured. I mean, I think it's pretty cultured myself. That sounds pretty hot. But it's alright. I wouldn't want to push you. Not too much, at least. So, I'll play nice for now. I won't demand too much from you, though. Although, the girl's smile widened until moderately, by the shadows. It looked uncanny. If you care for me, at least. Let's say 1/5 as much as I care for you. You shouldn't play games with my poor heart. Blowing hot and cold will only keep my interest for so long, and we won't have much time together. Not after today. I wouldn't want you to wind up missing me too much. It'd be a shame if you never got to say anything you want to say, or do everything you wanted to do. Here, the girl raised her eyebrows suggestively, in a manner which didn't seem quite in keeping with her heart-shaped face. So, you might as well make the most of things, or at least try to. Don't say it's better to regret the things you've done than the things you've not done. It was a saying Ethel was familiar with, but she didn't hold much stock in it. There were a lot of things she'd done during her short lifetime that she wished, in retrospect, she hadn't. She wished she had plucked up the courage to hold Clementine's hand for the very first time when they had both gone to the cinema to watch some mindless superhero movie. She wished that she hadn't had the wild idea of asking Clementine out on a date once the film had ended and the credits had started rolling. And she wished that Clementine, giggling, hadn't said, "What's this? I thought we were already on a date." If the relationship had ever begun between the pair of them, then Ethel never would have known how much it hurt when a relationship fell apart. What did you care about? She regretted that rather a lot. Sometimes Ethel wished she could scrub her mind clean of their entire relationship after all the late night texting, the trips to the movies, the sleepovers in Clementine's dorm room, which had been bigger than Ethel's. But maybe some good had come out of this short-lived relationship after all. For a few months at least, Ethel had been really, truly happy. When she'd been Clementine's girlfriend, she didn't feel at all lonely. This loneliness had entered her full force, however, once everything had come to an end. But what was done was done. There was no sense of dwelling on it. For the present, she existed in the here and now, on a pew in Augsbury's church with the girl, and that was good enough for her. In any case, hadn't the girl said something rather strange? What do you mean you don't have much time after we spend together? You don't have much time left to spend together. Exactly what I said. My parents will be coming to pick me up soon. Tomorrow is my last full day here. I'll be going on Monday morning. Oh. Ethel hadn't expected that. Though, why she hadn't expected it, she was unsure. The girl had told her earlier hadn't she, that she wasn't staying at Oxbury indefinitely. She was visiting. She had made it quite apparent that she couldn't wait to be rid of the place. A sentiment Ethel shared. If she could have escaped Oxbury, she would have. It was impressive. It did seem awfully sudden, though, that the girl had announced her departure now, so soon after they'd met. If they'd only known the girl for 2 days, or nights rather, they'd rather had a chance to talk. They barely had a chance to talk. Hell, they barely had a chance to speak. The girl had been so aggressive when it came to kissing her. Hey yo! Kinda hot though, but that's beside the point. Very little in the way of actual conversation had passed between them during the last 15 minutes. Now it seemed unlikely that Ethel would ever see the girl again. There. The girl, perhaps sensing Ethel's anxiety, let her hands rest upon Ethel's own. She smiled gently and then said, "We have one more day, at least, to share all of our dirty little secrets with one another. So don't worry, this isn't the end. Who knows? It might even be a new beginning." And what? Ethel was stuck on the girl's wording. Or rather, corny. Then the girl leant in. Then the girl pressed her lips against Ethel's cheek. The kiss was a fleeting one, of magnitude less intense than those she had previously bestowed upon her partner, but Ethel still blushed. So cute. I love her. She's so cute. She simply couldn't help herself. Not wrong with the girl. She's helpless. I don't mind giving you my phone number, or my address. I could even give you my national insurance number, if you wanted it. I don't think you need to go quite that far. I thought not. But still, I want to show you how serious I am being about this. I'm serious about us. Us? Was there us? That was news to Ethel. But you have to make a bit of an effort too, alright? If you want to keep seeing me, you need to trust your resolve. It's like a question of fairy tale, you know? Not that I'm as sadistic as the princess from those. I won't have you scouring the ends of the earth for golden apples or playing any dragons. What I want is much more manageable. You just need to come to the church. See me tomorrow night, like you usually do. Do you think you can manage that? Do say that you will. I hate for things to end like this. The girl looked at Ethel, her gaze poignant and lips pursed, and as Ethel stared at the girl's pretty face, she found herself incapable of looking away. She was spellbound. Thoughts of the girl were Ethel's constant companions as she navigated the forest, twisting paths. She emerged from the thicket of trees which surrounded her. These thoughts percolated her skull as she went her way through Oxford Street, until she returned to the nondescript lane where parents' house was situated. Ethel thought of the girl as fingers fumbled her keys, and she thought of the girl as she pushed the front door inwards in a click. She thought of the girl as she bent to unlace her shoes, and as she ascended the stairs with a series of heavy, lumbering footsteps. She thought of the girl as she drew a bath. Ethel had always liked having baths, It was nice having him to fill the tub so late at night without having to worry about waking her parents, and as she submerged herself, nymph-like, in the water, warm water, Ethel had run the water hot on purpose. She liked her baths to be scalding hot, enough that the sensitive skin on her sores began to prune, and her face turned pink, and she could feel it permeating her pores. Pretty! Pretty! I love this art. So cute. She curled up inside the tub, like a newborn, shivering as the stroke pressed against her skin. The hot water was soothing, as was the sound of the water as it rippled around her. But though she was now far away from the forest, and from the church which dwelt within it, Ethel's thoughts had yet to stray from the girl. Still, she thought of her, turning her visage over and over in her head. The child might play with the pebbles in the beach. The girl had overtaken her thoughts entirely, seemed in fact to have permeated through Ethel's skin and into the core of her very being. Ethel's bones ached for the girl, and so did her muscles. Ethel's thoughts were becoming vague, a side effect of the bathwater, which she might have run a bit too hot after all. Steam was rising from the undulating surface of the water. It misted over the bathroom mirror and the silvery taps on the end of the tub. Ethel's flushed cheeks were starting to prickle with moisture. When she blinked, a pearly bead of sweat was dislodged from her left eyelid. Slowly, it trickled down her nose, and Ethel brushed it away. Ethel's body felt as though it was burning, but this wasn't wholly the fault of the water. The heat was an external thing, sloshing against her thighs as her stomach and the curls of her back. It seemed to be inside her too. It had infiltrated her. These thoughts of the girl, of her lithe, lean body, her dark hair, were so overwhelming. They were almost intimidating. Like the particularly sadistic parasite which infested insects to make them climb to conspicuous places so they could be consumed by predators. Ethel, too, felt her body moving. She was hardly conscious of what she was doing. It was very late at night, and she was tired, and the bathwater was so very warm. As her hands shifted, Ethel's left hand found one of her breasts, a full curve of supple flesh, which is damp from the bathwater. She never liked her breasts very much. She had in fact considered them as her constant source of shame ever since she had been a young girl. It's swollen much more quickly than the rest of the female classmates when she had been in primary school, or had taken her bra shopping when she had been only 9 years old, much to Ethel's chagrin. That the girls her age, the Shanias and the Imogens and the Morgans of the world, had still been playing hopscotch in the playground and trying one another's hair, not even pigtails. Ethel, meanwhile, had to go bra shopping with her mother. Yep. She was the first in her class to wear a bra, and she felt like it marked her. The ugly beige flesh harness had made her stand out when she tried to change for PE class among the other girls. Shania and Morgan both giggled when they'd seen Ethel's bra, as though it was something shameful, as though they themselves would never need to wear a bra one day. That had been nothing new for Ethel, however. Even at the tender age of 9, in some change, Ethel had been tragically accustomed to the teasing from her other classmates. She hadn't been prepared for the boys to gang up on her too, however. There had been one boy in particular, Aiden Yates. He found Ethel's new bra supremely fascinating. Huh? I'm sorry, what? The fuck that's supposed to mean, sir? Huh? He sat behind Ethel in class, and he'd soon taken to twangs of elastic on the back of her bra beneath her demure yellow and white check shoe dress, so the band sagged against Ethel's skin. This had hurt her, though worse than any physical discomfort, it had been humiliating. She'd been so very humiliated by this, she hadn't been able to tell Mr. Brown about Aiden. She didn't want to draw more attention to her bra, or to her breasts, which she had despised. Ethel had been on the receiving end of jeers and catcalls from men twice her age in the streets before she had been in double digits. It had been a miserable experience, one which had made her resent her body. Even now, when Ethel had grown and the rest of her body had filled out to the degree, she no longer looked as horribly disproportionate as she had as a child. Ethel still loathed her breasts. If she could have, she would have clawed them from her body like lumps of clay or lumps of dough. Ethel couldn't do that, however. All she could do was endure them, and that was precisely what Ethel had tried to do. She had endured, never much liking the cumbersome cage of flesh she had been trapped in. That's a mood. That's a mood. Poor baby. Poor baby. Poor baby. But it wasn't resentment which prompted Ethel to massage her breasts now, only rolling them between the pads of her paws, then pinching her nipples between her fingertips. Her actions were not those of a woman who wanted to surgically remove the bags of fat which swayed her chest. They were reverent instead. Almost worshipful. Ethel's index finger rubbed at one of her nipples, which was slick with bathwater and a jolt of electricity coursed back down her spine. Why am I reading this? What the fuck's happening? Huh? Fascinating stuff. Her back arched, water sopping against the inside of her tub. As had touched herself before, as much as she disliked her body, she wasn't necessarily afraid of it, but she didn't recall ever feeling quite like this. She'd never been quite this thorough when she'd been giving herself pleasure in the past. Typically, Ethel masturbated, only to get the act over and done with, so she could be more productive things with the time, things which were sadly less embarrassing, like her thesis. Ethel wasn't asexual, at least she didn't think that she was, but she never enjoyed masturbating very much. She had the urge at herself, but the urge was a fleeting one, and when it did come, she didn't like to linger upon it. She didn't like to indulge. Her reservations stemmed in part because she didn't like to look at herself naked. She thought she looked hideous. Maybe she didn't think that her body deserved pleasure. That might have been why she'd always sighed herself. The sheer size of her breasts, however, which were large, too large to cup in her hands, didn't seem to matter very much at the moment. Moans beginning to spill from Ethel's lips, moans which, during other circumstances, she would have tried to stifle. The sounds of her own enjoyment embarrassed her. Everything about her body embarrassed her, but maybe it was time she overcame her anxieties. She was already 21, for goodness sake. For what sake? What would you say? Did you, wait. She's already 21.
For goodness sake!
That came through, right? I think, yeah, it did. If she didn't learn how to like herself, how could anybody else? That was what Clementine had said during the last, most explosive argument. I'm trying to be here for you, Clementine had said, her face blotchy with emotion. But how can I, when you always push me away? I tell you that I like you, but it never sticks. It's like you're determined to hate yourself. How am I supposed to love you when you're always so negative? It's a drag. I've been doing my best, but Ethel didn't want to think about Clementine. Not right now. She would far rather think of the girl. Her ex-girlfriend was now a blip in the half-recalled memories of her radar, and Ethel soon shut these thoughts down, terminating them with the finality she used to stop herself from dwelling on her thesis. It was better to forget, to drift away inside her own memories, to daydream. Ethel moved her right hand now, sliding between her thighs. As she did, she imagined what it was the girl touching her. Ethel's own hands, which was flushed pink from the warm water, might have been red and blotchy, just like Clementine's face had been when they had argued. But in her mind's eye, her hand was whiter than ivory. She saw the girl resting atop her, the girl's dark eyes resembling her, and she moaned. Ethel's fingers began to speed up, heedless to the water as she splashed onto the floor and the sounds she was making. She had hated herself for far too long. Why couldn't she love herself now? What was so wrong about that? The girl at the church had said that Ethel was cute. She'd called her adorable. She seemed to think that Ethel was worth loving. And Ethel could only hope, as her fingers explored the crevices of her body that she didn't usually touch, that they would be able to see one another again. Otherwise, she really would be on her own. Ethel had felt weary while she was walking home from the forest, but she felt even wearier after her bath. She was so fatigued, she scarcely had that stamina to rise from the tub and towel herself dry. Her arms felt too feeble to probably dry herself, so she scarcely bothered. She gave her stomach, thighs, and armpits a perfunctorily wipe with the towel, but she didn't bother with her hair. She let it fall round her shoulders, damp strands sticking to her cheeks. Ethel was so tired she could feel her torso slumping forward as she brushed her teeth in the bathroom mirror, could feel her eyelids begin to droop, as though she'd been caught by the same wicked spell which had tormented Sleeping Beauty. This was a fanciful thought, however, one which made Ethel scoff. She might have fulfilled the second part of the equation, but she was no beauty. She was plain, dull, and uninteresting in every way. It still seemed a dream that the girl had taken such a great interest in her. But she still had. Ethel clung to this thought like a talisman as she bent her legs almost buckling beneath her to remove the plug from the bath, and then she rose and turned off the lights in the bathroom. The girl was interested in her. She cared about her. The actress Ethel had engaged in earlier, her fingers roaming, exposing curves. Exposed curves of her damp, naked body. As she lay in the bathtub, hadn't been born out of some selfish delusion. Ethel's fondness for the girl was reciprocal. The girl liked her, too, didn't that mean it was fine to think of her when she stroked herself to climax? When she came? It was fine. Everything would be fine. Ethel had no reason to feel ashamed, which was for the best, really, given Ethel was too tired to bother with that at the moment. Ethel padded over to her bed, dripping this residual bathwater in her wake, and slid beneath the sheets. She was so sleepy, she didn't engage in the ritual of tossing first this way, then that, in an attempt to get comfortable. She wasn't comfortable. Her hair was sticky, sticking wetly the nape of her neck, and her pillow and her back was scattered with droplets of which were beginning to freeze. But that was of little consequence to Ethel. It didn't slow her descent into the world of dreams. As her eyelids fell shut, they had wanted to in the bathtub, weighed down by the sheer force of her own exhaustion. Her breathing began to even out. Even less than a minute after she had drawn the sheets about her, she fell fast asleep. Ethel felt weary when she woke the following morning. But was it the morning? Look at her. She's so pretty. Maybe. Ethel's curtains were ajar. She must have forgotten to close them last night, and the lights which flickered in the filtered in had a butterscotch sort of tint of green, tint granted the encroaching evening. It must have been past midday at least, for the daylight to take on such a burnished caramel sort of colour. But Ethel was rather more preoccupied with the dull heavy aching in her limbs, the humming in the back of her skull, than she was of the exact hour. Sleeping was supposed to be a restorative act, but Ethel didn't feel particularly soothed upon waking. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration, in fact, to say that she felt rather wretched. There was a foul taste in the back of her throat, one which reminded her of her mother's mouldy cherry pie, and her bones hurt, her ribs and wrists, and even the individual phalanges of her fingers. Ethel could breathe without any complications, but her stomach was churning so uncomfortably she might very well have been on a dinghy out in the Atlantic Ocean. Maybe she was getting sick. Did she have a fever? Ethel didn't feel hot, though. If anything, her skin felt uncomfortably cold and clammy. Maybe she'd fallen asleep without properly drying her hair the night before. Ethel had long hair, though it was more owing to necessity than choice. Ethel didn't like going to the hairdresser. She found the thought of engaging in small talk with strangers a terrifying one. In any case, there was something uncomfortably intimate about the thought of letting a stranger run their fingers through your hair. Well, you did that already. I didn't like it. I didn't like it when other people brushed her hair either. It made her feel tense. Ethel kept her hair long because she did not want anybody to touch it. Didn't want anybody cutting it. But she didn't trust herself enough to cut it either. Ethel's hand-eye coordination was good enough when it came to playing the violin, but it evaporated when it came to her appearance. It was why Ethel never wore makeup either, despite her mother's best attempts to teach her. Lauren had tried to show Ethel the benefits of the foundation, eyeliner, and lip gloss, but Ethel had never taken to it. The one time she had tried to apply eyeliner, she had poked herself in the eye with a pencil, where it had watered horribly from the encounter, and it had been swollen for 2 days afterwards. Shania had teased Ethel about her eye at school because, of course, she had, and she called her a cyclops, which was a bit of a high fallatus insult coming from a girl like Shania. But they had been studying the Odyssey in English. Odyssey? Odysseus! Oh no! The Odyssey. It was Polyphemus. They have a Polyphemus. Oh no. Miss Pritt would have been happy to know that at least some of her lessons had stuck in, if nothing else. Polyphemus. Shania felt a very long way away now, however, as Ethel sat in her bed that morning. Shania and Miss Pritt and secondary school in general. Back of Ethel's head was throbbing. Why did she feel so tired? Ethel might have gone to sleep late, but she knew she slept for a long time. She couldn't remember having any bad dreams either. She had awoken in the middle of the night, covered in sweat, a scream burgeoning from her lips, like a put upon heroine from a gothic novel. She had slept so soundly, and said she might have been the dead, an unmoving corpse. Christ, Ethel thought this quarter's corpse. It was chilly outdoors, but it should have been relatively warm in her room. Why then were her teeth chattering? Ethel forced herself to sit up, though this took much of an effort than it should have. With bleary hair, half-lidded eyes, around her room, which wasn't her room, not anymore. Ethel thought, and hoped rather, that she might have regained some strength if she tried to regulate her breathing, but... Ethel coughed. She could feel her chest convulsing, gripping with a sudden paroxysm, which brought tears to her eyes. There was a bitter, billowy taste in the back of her mouth. It tasted foul, as something dragged from the depths of a lake. Ethel raised one hand which was trembling to her mouth, and she continued to cough, her body shaking, feebly, like an autumnal leaf in the chill. More hacking coughs escaped Ethel's throat. More dry, raspy wheezes. It wouldn't have been too surprising if she'd come down with a cold, given she had been spending so much time outdoors at night, surrounded by the pervasive chill of the winter month. But this cold did not feel like the natural consequence of her admittedly foolish actions. How could she have a cold when she didn't have a temperature? Ethel's arms and her legs were weary, that much was true, but her forehead felt quite cool, as did her armpits. She wasn't sweating. What was going on? Ethel rode out her coughing fit as best as she could, her eyelids squeezing shut, the back of her head was throbbing, and she felt sick. Ethel had a coughing fit as best she could, her eyelids squeezing shut. The back of her head was throbbing as she felt sick. It took only 30 seconds, if that, for Ethel's coughing fit to wane. It felt like far longer. Once she finally finished, Ethel felt enervated, completely drained of her energy. Weakly, she drew back her hand, which had used instinctively to cover her mouth. There had been no real reason, she supposed, to press her hand to her mouth, given she was all alone. There's nobody here she could pass her cord on to. Consideration was a learned habit, however, one which had been ingrained into Ethel through her uncomfortable, awkward years spent around other humans. There were worse habits. There were worse habits one could get into, and there was no shame in being too considerate. Conscientious, Ethel straightened her back, feeling a little calmer, then glanced down. Not quite cherry pie! Achievement unlocked. Not quite cherry pie. What could that be? Her right palm, which had been pressed to her mouth during her convulsions, felt a little damp. It was spittle, most likely from all their coughing. Horrifying. That was what Ethel assumed, at least, with a wrinkle of her nose. When Ethel actually saw what had stained her palm, she stared. It was nothing so incongruous as spittle, after all. And neither was it the decidedly more unpleasant, but still reassuring, mundane phylum. Phlegm. Ethel's palm was stained black, just like tar. What in the world was that? Where did it come from? The only logical explanation was that it had come from Ethel herself, but how? Why? Ethel didn't feel quite like herself, but she couldn't see any reason why she would start hacking up this. Whatever this was. There was a strange black sludge smeared across Ethel. I think you've pricked. You think she's pregnant? She's pregante? I don't think that sounds of pregnancy, unless maybe she's pregnant with mushrooms or something. I don't know. Why do you think there's mushrooms in her? That's a weird thought I would have. Nothing. What? No, impossible. Impossible. I wave my hand at you. Impossible. There's a strange black sludge smeared across her fair skin, and that wasn't all. There were white spores mixed amongst them, cloudy and clumpy like freshly fallen snow. Ethel had no idea what these spores were, but she recognized the small, skinny objects with the round heads, which curl like commas amongst the filth. They were mushrooms. Ethel stared at her palm, her heart hammering wildly in her chest. Part of her hoped that she kept on staring. The strange black blemish on her palm would disappear. But this soon proved to be wishful thinking. It didn't vanish. Tightly, Ethel shut her eyes, counted to 5. Then she opened them. Stain was persistent, however, and it refused to shift. The black ooze, the white spores, and the little mushrooms remained all mixed up in the gooey substance which must have been her saliva. Was this some sort of medical emergency? Ethel had been fortunate never to suffer from health complications so poignant that she'd been admitted to the hospital, but she had suffered a few cuts and scrapes in time to time. In particular, Unfortunate incidents with a pair of roller skates had been 8 years of had resulted in quite a nasty gash on her left knee, a gash which had bled profusely. Ethel's knee had been sticky with gore followed that little incident, but the blood which had spurted from her punctured skin had been scarlet. Its pigmentation had been so very bright that it had been almost garish. This strange fluid smeared across Ethel's palm was nothing like that, however. It couldn't have been blood. It wasn't red. And I need to go dehydrate. I'll be back in a minute. Yippee. Look at Ethel in the weird black vial in her hand. I'm back. Let me put this back normal. Alright. Big hair. Ethel with the big hair. Big hair. It could have been blood. It wasn't red. It looked more like motor oil. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would you be coughing up oil? Of all things. It just sounded healthy. It's not inhumane. If Ethel had been got a girl, perhaps more of a steel in a bolt to get bolt together, with screws, this might have been possible. But Ethel was totally human. At least, as far as she was aware. Her skin was soft, her flesh was quite yielding. It was weak. She was weak, delicate and even. But she was definitely human. There was no reason why she ought to be vomiting up oil. There's no reason why she ought to be vomiting up anything. She might have felt sick, but she wasn't that sick. Not physically, at least. Mentally, however, Ethel wasn't sure, and that scared her even more. Ethel did her best to go about her morning, though she'd actually woken in the early afternoon. Like she usually did. She hauled herself out of her bed with no small amount of effort, then padded to the bathroom. Once there, she cleaned her palm free of the dog sludge, which had marked it. She cleaned it and she cleaned it and she cleaned it, and her motions slow and regular and repetitive. There were water cascading over her skin in ripples. The water turned a curious coppery color when it met the dark stain on her palm. But Ethel tried not to dwell on this too much. Like Lady Macbeth, she focused only on washing her hands, emotions slow and methodical. Ethel let her hands stay under the hot water for almost 3 whole minutes. during which her flesh turned pink and began to burn. The water was hot enough to be scalding, but Ethel paid it little heed. She liked the pain. It helped drive her other, rather more pernicious thoughts. Never mind. I stopped her thinking about what she was coughing up earlier. She sat in her bedroom, and it stopped her thinking about how horribly tired she felt too. I eventually shut off the hot water with a hand which struggled initially to find purchase on the silvery tap. The skin of her hands was pink and swollen, taut and shiny. I felt doubted that she'd be able to play the violin with her hands like this. Maybe it didn't matter. It wasn't like she'd been playing the violin very much during the last few years, anyway. It seemed strange that the violin had once been so important to her, when she'd been able to give it up so easily. Maybe she'd never cared about the violin as much as she'd thought. It had just been a distraction, really. A means to filling the empty, aching chasm of her life. For a while, the violin had served its purpose. It had made Ethel happy. But that had been many years ago now. Ethel's university degree, likewise, had once given her joy. Or the substance of joy, at least. Semblance of joy, at least. But she took little pleasure in that, too. She took easy pleasure in most things. She took little pleasure in most things. With the hands newly cleaned, Ethel dressed herself. Dressed herself slowly and clumsily, with hands which didn't seem to want to obey her. Her skin was stretched tightly over her bones like the surface of a drum, and bending her fingers hurt. Ethel's arm, meanwhile, were aching. It took Ethel almost 2 minutes to pull her sweater over her head, and another 5 to fasten the clasp of her skirt. Eventually, however, Ethel was able to make herself presentable. Her hair was still messy. She had run a brush through it only in the most perfunctory of ways. She had bags beneath her eyes, but it simply had to do. Dressed and ready to face the day, Ethel took a seat on the bed and retrieved her laptop. She thought she might make good writing the introductory of a paragraph of the thesis, or failing that, the introductory sentence. But this was wishful thinking. Her thoughts were slow and sluggish, and she couldn't concentrate. She had thought that working on the thesis might restore some normalcy to the day's proceedings. But why in the world would that work? It would have been abnormal, in fact, if she had made a start on a thesis, because she was woefully behind on it. Writing so much as a single sentence would have been almost as shocking an occurrence as coughing up all the violin had been. But Ethel wasn't going to think about that. She didn't want to think about her thesis either. In any case, she couldn't think of it. It was starting to get of her a headache. Ethel set her laptop down, defeated. Then she began to ponder. What she really wanted to do was see the girl again. It seemed imperative, all of a sudden, that they speak. Tonight would be the last chance after all, and they would have to discuss anything. This thought made Ethel feel nervous, but she tried to slow it down. There was little sense in getting agitated now. She could save that for later, when she actually saw the girl. For the present, she would try to relax. She should try to relax, said more normally and less bizarrely. Lol. Nothing. Doesn't. She would try to relax. What else could she do? Ethel descended the stairs and then took refuge in the living room, as she had the day before. She had more episodes of Supernatural to work through, and that was what she did. Ethel watched TV, her eyes fixed on it slightly. She was only half paying attention. For 2 hours until she was distracted by an uncomfortable numbing in her stomach. Rumbling in her stomach, not numbing. Rumbling in her stomach. Painting. Smooth on this thing. Quickly, go, 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 hurry up, faster me. Sorry. It was only then that Ethel realized that she hadn't eaten anything at all day, and she'd not eaten much the day prior either. Ethel could only recall having a couple of toasties and then a few forkfuls of her mother's cherry pie, which she had never really binned. Was that part of the reason? Ethel wondered. She hadn't had much of an appetite lately. It might explain why she felt so squeezy, too. Ethel's stomach felt empty, but she didn't have any particular desire to fill it. The thought of getting to her feet, then shuffling all the way to the kitchen to look through the fridge was immensely unappealing. Ethel would far rather sit on the unstuffed sofa, which was comfortable, and watch Supernatural. But Ethel knew she had to eat something. It wasn't like her to skip meals. Typically, food was the one bright spot in her day, the sole thing she looked forward to. Now it felt more like a chore. Still, Ethel forced herself to stand. She was 21 now, which meant she had to try and marshal her body. She had to be responsible. She had to be a responsible adult, no matter how little she wished to encapsulate either of these roles. She had nobody else in the house, in any event, to look after her. Had to look after herself. Ethel walked to the kitchen with some degree of effort and examined the contents of the fridge. Examined the freezer. Examined all the cupboards, looking for stray tins of soup, leftovers maybe, from shopping trips her parents would have embarked on years prior, or packs of half-eaten pasta. But she was blank. There was no food in the house. Not unless you counted some boil-in-the-bag rice. Boil-in-the-bag rice, a sticky jar of pickles, and several packets of pork scratchings, my father's favorite. Ethel wasn't the best at cooking, but even she could manage boiling in the bag rice. It was an option, but what was she supposed to eat the rice with? There was no curry sauce, and there wasn't any vegetable either. Plain rice on its own didn't sound very appealing, and the less said about Jude's pork scratchings, the better. What are pork scratchings? Pork scratchings. Oh. I see. Okay. Fun. It seems like you had no choice. You would have to make an emergency trip to the corner shop. It's unfortunate that Augsbury did have a corner shop. It's fortunate that Augsbury did have a corner shop. The village was small, but still boasted a place where its overwhelmingly elderly residents could buy bread and eggs and milk that they needed. The shop was tiny, its inventory limited, but that was fine. Augsbury didn't need anything grander than that. Her next half hour blocked out for her. Ethel decided to step out. She put on shoes on the door, jammed her feet into her mud-caked trainers, almost haphazardly, and set off. Like everything else in Augsbury, the corner shop wasn't far away. It was only an 8-minute walk, if that. Ethel had hoped that the fresh air might help brace her, with still some colour to her cheeks, maybe. But she had banked on it being so very cold, or so very miserable. It wasn't cold enough to snow, thank goodness. The temperature must have been in the single digits, perhaps 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. The sky overhead, meanwhile, was festooned with clouds. There was nothing particularly joyful about it. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Though shivered all the way to the corner shop, wishing she had put on a coat. How could she have forgotten? She was so scatterbrained. Her father sometimes said she might have forgotten her head if it wasn't attached to her neck. They soon made it to the shop. The bell overhead jingled, but the boy behind the counter didn't raise his head to meet her. He was too busy scrolling through his phone. So much for customer service. Ethel selected a few items, some frozen pizza, some frozen chips. Some frozen chips? Oh. Fries. Frozen chips. I wanted a Pepsi, and brought them to the counter. Then she stood back and waited for the clerk to register her presence. This took a little longer than Ethel had hoped. The clerk really wasn't ensconced in his phone, but a soft "Excuse me" from Ethel made the boy lift his head. He met her gaze. Then sheepishly, he smiled. "Oh, sorry about that. I was a little caught up. I'm gonna get this rung up for you." "Thank you." The clerk scanned Ethel's items while she stood there, feeling awkward and not quite knowing what to do with her arms. Headache had yet to subside, though. She'd taken some paracetamol earlier. Tylenol, for those who don't know. Also, I like how the only reason I know how to say paracetamol is because of because of one of my British friend, my British pink-haired cat girl friend. Paracetamol, because I never think about paracetamol at all. But paracetamol is what she carries around because she can't take Tylenol. That'll fucking kill her, probably. No, she can't take ibuprofen because that'll kill her. That's not good. Unfortunately, for her, however, it didn't seem to be having the desired effect. Ethel's stomach, meanwhile, felt horribly heavy, as though she had been stuffed full of newspaper. Ethel eyed the frozen pizza, a meat feast, ham, chicken, and pepperoni, with some trepidation. She had come to the corner shop for something to eat, but food now seemed the last thing she wanted. How could she eat when she would be seeing the girl again? That was much, much more important than the meat feast pizza. What would she say when she saw her? What would she do? And perhaps, more pressingly, what would the girl do to her? This thought of the girl's lips against her own had a small, secretive thrill to the pleasure running through her. Had a small, secretive thrill of pleasure running through Ethel's stomach. She squirmed. Did the boy behind the counter, with his bright eyes and pierced ears, know what she was thinking? No, surely not. How could he? The boy bagged Ethel's purchases, the plastic carrier bag crinkling then presented her the card reader with a cheery smile. The boy might have been wearing black and sported rather a lot of piercings, but he was rather personable. He reminded Ethel of a happy puppy. He was quite sweet, really, in a boyish way, his face soft, heart-shaped, and devoid of even the slightest suggestion of facial hair. He looked even younger than Manny, though Ethel presumed he was older. She was sure, in fact, that he was of her age. Familiar. Hadn't they gone to the same primary school? It seemed inevitable, if he and Ethel were the same age. There was only one primary school in all of Roxbury, unless his parents had sent him somewhere else. Ethel should have known that he was called, but she was drawing a blank. She'd always been bad with names, specifically when it came to boys. They all blended together, with their short hair and their dirty, snobby fingernails. If they had been former classmates, Ethel hoped the boy would try to embroil her in yarn about the good old days. That would have been excruciating. Ethel fumbled with her pocket for a phone. Then she tapped on the electronic reader. Her purchase approved, so took the bag from the counter. By this point, her palms were sweating, her knees were weak, her arms were heavy. One was sweater already. One was spaghetti. Something, meanwhile, felt heavy. Though she'd eaten a cinder block. But that didn't make any sense. Why did her stomach feel so heavy? She hadn't eaten anything all day. Ethel had gone to the shop to buy food, to satisfy the empty aching inside her. But this emptiness had shrunk while the boy had been bringing Ethel's purchases. Maybe it had expanded. She felt dazed. She lurched uneasily towards the exit, feeling like an amphibian out of water. She would very well have been wet. A wet, webbed foot creature which had better underwater than it did on dry land. The stomach was still churning. Her heart felt like a clenched fist. A sudden wave of nausea assailed her, making her gasp, and then... Ethel? A concerned voice drew Ethel out of her reverie, but it wasn't the boy from the corner shop calling her, as she made her anxious escape. It was Mr. Brown. Ethel's former teacher must have been going to the corner shop himself, because he met Ethel a stone's throw away from the shop's illuminated exterior. Yet it had been a good thing he had too. Ethel had been about to collapse when Mr. Brown caught her. His powerful hands pressed against her forearm. Mr. Brown looked at Ethel, worriedly, his eyes narrowed. His gaze was disconcerting, and he soon sensed something was amiss. Deftly, he rested a hand against Ethel's back, now low enough to make Ethel feel uneasy, and said, "You alright?" "Oh, Ethel winced. Her vision was beginning to blur. The street looked alarmingly hazy. She might well have been viewing it through a thick film of fog. Her head hung uncomfortably heavy as she said, "I'm alright, I think." Mr. Brown frowned. He didn't look convinced, and neither did he sound it, for that matter. "Your face is awfully pale, not to mention clammy. You have a temperature? You're feverish. It seems you're having trouble standing." "I'm alright, really. I think I just have a bit of a cold." "A cold?" Ethel nodded. I was out in the rain a couple of nights ago. It must have caught up to me. Oh, yes. There it is. I'll tell you to be more careful with it. It's a bit too late for that, I suppose. It would be unreasonable for me to tell you to build a time machine. But I can always let you come back to mine if you want to put your feet up. The home is closer than yours. It should spare you a bit of walk, and put some tea on, maybe. It might make you feel better. No, it's alright. You don't need to go out of your way. I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. It's my job to go out of my way for my students. I'm not just student, though. You were once. And old habits die hard. Are hard to break. I feel guilty in any case letting you go off on your own in the state. All you clips. Not that anymore. Hope you're not. What would you like me to be the truth at? I might be a doctor. I might not be a doctor. But I am a primary school teacher. They might seem like very different professions, but they have their share of similarities. They both involve looking after people. Privately, Ethel thought that some doctors would dispute this claim. In fact, she imagined a lot of surgeons would take offense to the assertion that corralling children involves similar to performing triple bypasses. Mr. Brown sounded so earnest, however, that Ethel didn't want to argue with him. I thought she would have done it anyway. She wasn't really the sort of who argued. She wasn't like Manny, who would turn any co-op game he played into a whirlwind of racially motivated insults. God damn it, Manny! For fuck's sake, Manny, the fuck? God dang it! Disgusting. Ethel didn't want to rebuff Mr. Brown's kindness either, though she didn't really relish the thought of going back to his home. She had no desire to see her old primary school teacher lived, or whatever, where. She had no desire to see how her old primary school teacher lived, or where. She wasn't even sure if Mr. Brown's house was closer to the corner shop than hers, but she didn't want to question him. She presumed he knew what he was talking about. Mr. Brown was something, if not reliable, and Ethel didn't feel up to walking. The mere act of holding the carrier bag with her Pepsi, diet of course, Lauren would be proud, yay, and a frozen pizza. Her mother would be less proud about that, lol, was making her upper arm ache. Yes, Ethel nodded slowly. Very good. I always knew you were a sensible girl. Girl. Ethel winced. Was that still how Mr. Brown saw her? A foolish child? The thought rankled. She was already 21. She was old enough to drink, to smoke, to vote. She was old enough to drive, not that she could. She was old enough to have sex. She was old enough to let her heart broken. She wasn't a child anymore, though she often wished she was. Let's go. We'll be back in a jiffy. Vaguely, Ethel wondered what Mr. Brown had come to the corner shop for himself. He hadn't gone inside. Hadn't had the opportunity to purchase anything. He must have forgotten about his errands in an effort to look after Ethel. Well, whatever. He wanted couldn't have been that important. Come on, no. Mr. Brown spoke reassuringly, giving Ethel's waist a squeeze. It's alright. I got you, don't worry. Under normal circumstances, Ethel would have been worried about an older man escorting her back to his home, with his arm round her waist. Lauren and Jude had never been the most hands-on, but they had at least instilled Ethel with a sense of stranger danger in her childhood. Even outsider, the situation must have looked suspect. But these circumstances were anything but normal, and for once, Ethel didn't worry. She didn't have the strength to worry, for one thing. And for another, Mr. wasn't so very unsettling. He had told Ethel when she was small. When she'd always been small, she'd been afraid of him as a young girl. That much was true, but she didn't think he was very threatening now. Not when he looked just as concerned as, if not more than, she was. He really did seem to care. That was something Ethel could take solace in, at least. It was a cold sort of comfort, when her head was aching and her limbs felt so numb, insensible, almost. But it was better than being alone. You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. You could do it. Just a few more steps. Ethel continued to walk, putting one clumsy, sluggish foot in front of the other, until, at long last, Mr. Brown had led her to their destination. Here we are. Mr. Brown spoke in an uncharacteristically jovial voice as he came to a halt outside a nondescript house, uncannily unlike the most of the houses in Oxbury. Pebble dashed, and 2 floors and a crooked chimney jutting out of the roof. Home sweet home. Nothing quite like it. Mr. Brown unlatched the wooden gate, which circled this property one-handed. He was still using his other hand to watch Ethel, and stepped forwards. Ethel followed in his wake, feeling like an obedient pony being taken to a butt of water. Mr. Brown crossed the garden path. An array of geometric stones cut in algorithmic precision in a manner which rather suited her former teacher, and eased Ethel into the footsteps. Then he searched his coat pocket for his keys, which he inserted into the lock. This was something of a production, given Mr. Brown was still supporting Ethel, but he was able to manage it with a surprising amount of dexterity for a man his age. Though perhaps this was not so very surprising after all. Mr. Brown wasn't so very old, not really. He was only in his late 50s. He was a good deal healthier than Ethel was, and a good deal more energetic, too. Mr. Brown guided Ethel inside his house, then paused to shut the door behind him. It wasn't long after Mr. Brown had shut the door, and Sparky dashed into the hallway, his entrance heralded by a series of excitable barks. The dog must have been left to man the house in Mr. Brown's absence, though how well a dog could man anything it was debatable. Sparky could have been waiting for his errant master all that long, but his insistent barking was uncannily reminiscent of a nagging wife. "Where were you?" Sparky must have been said, if he could have talked, which of course he couldn't. "I'm waiting you go ages." Mr. Brown must have thought similarly, because he smiled wryly, then shook his head. All right, I know you missed me. You don't have to make such a production of it, you daft mutt." If Ethel hadn't been there, occupying so much of Mr. Brown's attention, maybe he would have been meant to ruffle the top of Sparky's head. As it was, however, Mr. Brown was otherwise preoccupied, and he couldn't do that. Instead, he gave his dog, or daft mutt rather, a gentle affectionate nudge in the side of his shin. Sparky yipped at this, appreciatively, perhaps, and Mr. Brown chuckled. "Well, I'm glad you're so happy to see me. I could do without you making such a racket, though. Must make the neighbors. What must the neighbors think?" Sparky yipped in response and wagged his tail, his dark eyes bright and eager. Fancy like ours. Fancy. Miss Brown chuckled and led Ethel into the room. Once the path had been divested of their shoes. The pair had been divested of their shoes. Miss Brown guided Ethel to an armchair, which she sank down in gratefully, relieved to be finally off her feet. Sparky followed the two of them into the room, still trembling all the while. With wide eyes, he looked up at Ethel, and cocked his head. Then he yipped. It was a yip which carried with it a question, and which was unmistakable. It transcended the barriers between the species. "Who?" he yipped. "What are you doing here?" Ethel had half a mind to reply to Dog's query, but with back a response. She didn't want to look completely insane, acting about away at a dog, as though it posed a genuine question. Fortunately, for her, however, Mr. Brown seemed to have understood Starkey's query because he took it upon himself to answer. Oh yes, I didn't tell you I'd be bringing up guest back, did I? This lassie here is Ethel. You know her, don't you, boy? Remember, you met before? Sparky yipped in response in appreciation. Mr. Brown smiled. That's right. I'm sure you two will get on like a house on fire. But could you try to tone down all the barking? Ethel here has a headache. Is that right, Ethel? Oh, I've felt better, I suppose. I thought as much. You're as pale as anything. I do hope the spark is not bothering you. Oh no, it's fine. You sure? I can always put him in one of the upstairs bedrooms if you like. I don't want him making a nuisance out of himself. And I know some people don't like dogs. Ethel briefly contemplates Mr. Brown's offer, with the thought of Sparky being shut away upstairs and his own for her sake, made her feel guilty. She wasn't much of a dog person, but she didn't want to impose upon poor Sparky. It was his home. My pants just fell over. Oh, give me a second. My pants just fell over on me. Oopsies. Give me a second as I pick them back up. Them back in place. Oh, dearie me. What a nuisance. What a turn of events that my pants has fallen on me. You know, pop it over. What's in the there goes on. There goes on. Lovely. Lovely! My... That's fine though. And there that goes again. Back up. What's the room here? Not much room here at all, apparently. Lovely. Great, love that, love that, love that. It's great, that, that's great, lovely, that, ain't it? There we go. And we're good, I think. Down. Oh, except for my fucking... Let's set up my fucking headphones. This was his home, not hers, and he hadn't done anything wrong either, other than being a bit too excitable. Really, it's fine. I could deal with him. Well, good. I'm glad. Just give him a nudge if he tries to jump on you, up on you. You can be a bit overly friendly like that, especially since I don't have guests around all that often. Now, is there anything I could do for you? Would you like a cup of tea? Couple? Oh, Ethel blinked, momentarily stumped. The question was a simple one. Ethel was tired and achy, and her head hurt, and she wasn't sure how to respond. Her stomach still felt tired and she was unsure if she could stomach anything in her current state, wanting liquid. But tea was rather inoffensive, wasn't it? Maybe it would help us soothe her. And if nothing else, it would let Mr. Brown feel like he was doing something useful. Oh, alright. Ethel eventually capitulated, more for Mr. Brown's sake than her own. I wouldn't mind a cup of tea. It might help. Of course! I'll put that tea up for you in a mo. Hang that in tight. I will. Ethel's reply was half-hearted as Mr. Brown exited the living room, shuffling in his socks. Sparky looked between Ethel and for a moment. For a few moments, he was slumped in the armchair, in Mr. Brown's retreating trouser legs, nor with a decisive yip. He slid off. He must have decided he would rather spend more time with his master than the strange, frumpy girl after all. Ethel might have been an amusing distraction for about all of 5 seconds, but she couldn't compete with Mr. Brown. Nobody had ever picked Ethel first. not during PE, not when boys had been carousing the school's hallways, looking for girls to invite to the prom. Why would Spark be any different? With the absence of both its owners, it was obviously based on the way Mr. Brown doted on him, that Sparky had free reign of the house. The room felt staid and sad, oddly inhospitable. Ethel hadn't had a chance to properly examine her new surroundings, but now she did. Something else to distract her. She turned her head this way and that, her eyes wide. Unfortunately for Ethel, however, Mr. Brown's living room did little to alleviate her sunken spirits, as hopelessly drab and depressing the carpet and the curtains and uniformly dull. The cabinets which lined the walls, meanwhile, were dark oak, all full of ceramic figures. There was something sad about Mr. Brown's home. The colours seemed unmatched. His name so perfectly. The colours seemed unmatched. His name so perfectly. It would have been funny if it were not so sad. There was a strange smell too, which lingered in the air, one of stagnation. That the fresher plugged into the wall were not quite to hide. It was a curious sort of smell, actually. It made Ethel think of the forest, of the damp, and of the decay. It made Ethel think of mold. Maybe the wooden jousts in the walls had begun to rot. It wouldn't be very surprising, but with how rainy England was. And his parents' house had mold problems too. It wasn't so very bad in the summer, but it always showed up in patch strains and spreads by the windowsills and the radiators when the winter rolled around. Wiping the walls clean of mold had become something of a tradition when the Christmas holiday rolled around. Mr. Brown's house must have been afflicted with the same curse, just like all the other homes in Uxbury. I have doubted the houses in Australia had its golden beaches, and its sapphire surf would be plagued with similar problems. Australia is far too sunny. Not at all like England. God, what a dreary country it was. What a dreary house this was. Mr. Brown wasn't so very old, but his home seemed to belong to a man 2 decades of his senior. Ethel didn't like the interior decor, trying though she couldn't get it comfortable. Mr. Brown's home put her in mind rather too much of the old person's home in Marsden, and that her great uncle had stayed in after he'd taken a tumble and broken his hip bone. Ethel hadn't liked to visit him, though, and visit him there, in that dun brown communal home, full of elderly men and women, but she hadn't had to pay him too many visits. He had died only a few months after being admitted. Apparently, he had succumbed to pneumonia. That was the official story, at least. Proudly, however, I did wonder whether being stuck in the home like that, with its gurgling radiators, brown curtains, and natty draught excluders, had succeeded in carrying him off to good. All people's homes were supposed to exist as places where the elderly went for secure, but Ethel couldn't imagine experiencing any modicum of comfort in such a place like that herself. It had been too much depressing. Ethel had been depressed simply visiting there, and she had only ever stayed for half an hour at a time. Mr. Brown's home reminded her of all her tragic visits to Old Person's home 4 years prior. The color scheme of the room was bad enough, but those china figures locked away behind their display case would really sold the impression home. They looked like the sort of figures only a woman well into their 80s could care for, even one visited from a distance. Such figures might have been fashionable once, but they seemed woefully outdated now. As I'd unearthed similar figures in her childhood during her weekend spent at car boots sales with her mother. Ooh, God, I think my hand feels weird. Keep making weird noises. Keep making weird cracking noises. I'm supposed to. These ornaments had been grouped together in plastic boxes, all sold at a discount £25 a pop. If 22.5 £2.50 a pop, if that. Some of the more sorrowful ones, with missing fingers and the hairline cracks running down their faces, had fetched for a quid, or 50p, or they'd been bundled together in humiliating deals. Buy one, get one free. Ethel wondered how much the figures in Mr. Brown's cabinet would sell for at a market. She couldn't imagine many people wanting to part with their hard-earned cash for a retinue of sailboats whose blonde hair and blue eyes began to fade. There's a girl too, sitting beneath the historic tree, the book in her lap, and beside her, a shepherdess, with curls which was holding a crook, a lamb nuzzling her thigh. There's a boy with a fishing rod, and a girl holding a tray of what Ethel supposed were freshly baked cookies, and a clown who looked almost alarmingly realistic in his stark sorrow. Ethel busied herself trying to count the ornaments Mr. Brown had in that cabinet. Were there 20 of them? 30? When? Have Evie's little figures tickled your fancy, eh? Oh. Ethel jumped as she looked over at the doorway, her head swiveled like a sunflower's. She was so wretched in the figures that, in trying to count them, she hadn't heard Mr. Brown's approaching footsteps, or oddly enough, Parker's cheerful yips. Her teacher had returned from the kitchen while she had been examining his spoils. However, now he was approaching a tray clutched between his fans. Those ornaments aren't really to my taste, if you're wondering. I'm not the one who bought them. They're Evie's, though they belonged to our aunt first. She left them to us in a will after she died, and Evie was adamant that we take all the blasted things in. They were very important to her aunt, apparently. So important they simply couldn't leave them. I was left enthusiastic. I said, there'd be more things to dust off. I was less enthusiastic. I said there'd be more things to dust off. Who really needs so many knickknacks? But Evie talked her around. She was very good at doing that. It was my Evie. I could never say no to her when she really wanted something. Mr. Brown shook his head at this, a touch bemused, or so Ethel thought. Was he self-conscious, perhaps? And he had let so much slip around his waist about his wife? Maybe he didn't think it was appropriate to talk about such a great length of a girl, 30 years in junior. A girl who had once, more than a decade prior, been one of his students. Mr. Brown cleared his throat, self-consciously. He approached Ethel. The tray held steady in his hands. Here you are. Got you some tea. Hope it's your tastes, or at least, the very least, hope it's warms you up. I do worry that you might have made yourself sick going outside in the cold like that, especially when it's been raining so much lately. It can't be good for you. But if my mom's to be believed, nothing good a strong cup of tea can't fix. She was an awfully optimistic woman, my mother. Oh, thank you. I accepted the cup of tea from Mr. Brown, and nursed it in her hands, holding it to her holding it to her chest like some sort of talisman. The milk was hot to the touch. Ethel Ethel's fingertips tingled. She reached them, almost against the curved, smooth ceramic. As the tea itself, it was a startlingly red color, which put Ethel in mind of poisonous berries, small round sort you find nestled among trees during the summer. It had been kind of Mr. Brown to brew her a cup of tea, but Ethel didn't trust the liquid inside that mug. It was far too vivid, amongst almost garlish so. It was red enough to be visceral. The gore splashed in the ceramic. Ethel wasn't sure, all of a sudden, if he could drink it. She felt nauseous. Fortunately, Mr. Brown wasn't the sort of over-attentive host who insisted that his guests drink all their tea, every last drop. Maybe he did not want to be overbearing. He might have been Ethel's teacher once, but he wasn't a teacher anymore. They had both grown older since Ethel's primary school days, and there was very little to think about to link them together. They weren't friends. They were hardly family friends. Mr. Brown himself might have felt awkward about inviting Ethel to his home. He must have been worried about that he'd overstepped some sort of boundary. But he didn't speak to Ethel, not for a few moments at least. Instead, he busied himself with sipping his own tea. Tea which must have been too hot to drink comfortably. Ethel was certain his tea was too hot, in fact. He saw Mr. Brown wince as he set his cup aside. But he scolded his tongue. A deep-rooted silence stretched between the pair as the seconds passed. Silence almost as intense as that which could be found in the depths of the Oak-tree forest. Mr. Brown bent. He patted the top of Sparky's head for a few moments. His beloved dog had begun to nose about his feet. As the carriage clock on the mantelpiece ticked. That clock ticked and ticked and ticked, denoting every single second that passed, until Mr. Brown coughed, cleared his throat, and looked up at Ethel and said, "How's the tea? Is it to your taste?" Ethel had yet to take a sip of the tea. It was still too hot. Anyway, she wasn't thirsty, but she nodded regardless. She didn't want to seem ungrateful. Good. That's good. Well, I think it's a bit too strong for myself, but Eva liked it so. I suppose I got into the habit of buying it. It wasn't really to my taste, but I got 2 boxes of the bloody stuff. I had to get through it somehow, which is why I palmed it off to you. Hope you don't mind too much. Ethel shook her head, mutely. She didn't mind really, though she did think it sad in a way that this tea was yet another mentor of Mr. Brown's recently deceased wife. A good portion of the house, in fact, seemed dedicated to the dearly departed Evie. The chain ornaments on the shelf had all been hers, too. That and the floral curtains and the other stuffed cushions with the cross-stitch patterns. The other woman's influence had seeped into every nook and cranny of the house, from the tea bag which proliferated the kitchen cupboards to Sparky's mere presence. It was enough to make Ethel feel rather somber. Don't feel obligated though to drink it, not if you're not thirsty. I won't be put out. Oh, I think I forced it on you. Just like I forced you to come here. I'm not sure if I gave you much to say in the matter, but you did look rather unwell when I saw you outside in the corner shop. I'm not worried about you. You better now, at least, after sitting down for a while. At the fan still, clutching the mug of the unsipped tea between her hands. The tea had cooled down a little bit by now, but she made no attempt to drink it. She hadn't felt particularly thirsty before, but now she knew the tea was a relic from old Miss Brown's days. Consuming it would have felt rather akin to sacrilege. Why would it not have been too many steps removed from consuming the dead woman's ashes? I do feel a bit better, yes. Thank you. You're very helpful. I don't know if I'm being helpful, really. I do my best. I can't leave people when they're in a bad state. I suppose, even if it does make me a bit of a busybody. That'll be all my years of a teacher coming through. I developed a bit of a bad habit. But I didn't bring you here to talk about me. How about you, Ethel? No, that was the question. How was she really? Ethel was unaccustomed to people asking her how she felt, largely because nobody had ever much seemed to care, not even her parents. Maybe that was why Mr. Brown's innocent query had left her so shaken. Part of Ethel appreciated it, she supposed, but another part of her, a greater part maybe, felt uncomfortable about the attention. She wasn't accustomed to it. Ethel? Mr. Brown prompted, his voice gentle. If something's bothering you, tell me. You know, I don't bite. I might have been your teacher once, but that was a long time ago. I'm not going to start doing any detention. Dueling any detention. Not that I've ever gave detention back in Oxford Primary. I'm not a strong believer in the effect of distrust. You've not been looking at all well. Your face is so pale even now. You don't think sick, are you? Ethel cast her mind back to the events earlier that day, recalling the coughing fit which had left her double doubt over at her breath. She remembered, too, the strange black fluid which had stained her fingers. What had that been? Even now, she didn't know. If she had been coughing up blood, though, surely she would have been suffering from any other symptoms. Should she not be shivering, shaking? Shouldn't she have a fever? Elsa didn't feel particularly flushed, though if anything, she felt uncommonly cold. For all Ethel knew, that strange black tar which was stained her hand could have been a hallucination. She had been very tired lately. She'd been worrying too much about her thesis. And then there was the girl at the church. If nothing else, she looked rather distracted. You don't want to be sick, but it's clear there's something on your mind. Would you care to share it with me? I don't wish to pry, but they do say that a trouble shared is a trouble halved. I pondered Mr. Brown's words for a few moments, letting the syllables percolate in her head like brewing coffee. She knew there was a degree of truth in what Mr. Brown was saying. Sharing one's problems with another could, in many cases, help to lighten the burden of trying to endure said issues on one's own, particularly if the other party was sufficiently reciprocative. For most of her childhood, or later, in her teenage years, Ethel hadn't had anybody she could confide in. Parents might have been supportive of her, but that was only in a nominal sense. Lauren and Jude had always been there for her, and they'd done their due diligence as parents, but they never really understood her. They simply hadn't had enough in common. Ethel had been incapable of turning to her family for advice, and neither had she possessed any friends whom she could confide in. She had never had any friends. This had changed after she attended university. She had met Clementine, but even their relationship had fallen apart. She didn't have anybody she could speak to. She was all alone. That had been the case, at least. And if still not true, perhaps she would have felt enticed into divulging her problems with Mr. Brown. But it's not so now. Not to meet the girl. The girl was everything Ethel had ever wanted in a confidant. She was patient, understanding, well-meaning, and although Ethel felt a touch ashamed for considering this as a worthwhile criteria, she was very pretty. She was close, too, to Ethel in age, much closer than Mr. Brown. Ethel knew that Mr. Brown meant well in positing these questions to her, but how much could she help, really? They inhabited different spheres of existence. He was much too old to relate to her. Why, he was even older than Ethel's parents. He was almost as old as Ethel's grandparents. Those on her mother's side, at least. Ethel doubted he would understand her. She doubted it to such an extent, in fact, she did not try. How could she tell her old primary school teacher about her struggles with her thesis and her loss of interest in her area of academia? How could she tell him of her recent breakup with Clementine, and how much that had hurt her? How could she tell him that she felt an unwanted alien in her own family, that she felt like she had nowhere to belong to, and above all else, that she felt talentless and uninteresting and ugly alongside it? How could she tell her about the girl whom she had known for only a couple of days, and how could she tell him how much she wanted her? How could she tell him how much she would miss her? How she couldn't. It was impossible. Ethel turned these worries over in her mind like pebbles, her fingers curling tightly around the ceramic mug Mr. Brown had given her, the mug from which she had yet to take a single sip. It was as if Mr. Brown had cared so much that she didn't care in the right way. He didn't care in the way that Ethel wanted him to care. Ethel had nothing to say to him. There was nothing he could do for her. He forced himself to smile, but she knew it wouldn't have looked very convincing, and she said, "Thank you for being so considerate, but I'm all right, really. There's nothing wrong with me." "Are you certain about that, Ethel? The way you collapsed in the shop looked rather serious, if nothing else." "Oh, that's nothing, really. I've just not been sleeping well lately, so I've been a bit tired." "It's nothing serious, though. You really don't need to worry about me." "You've been tired?" "That's right. I'm not used to I'm used to my dormitory in Durham, and so I came back to Oaksbury. It feels a bit strange. I'm not used to it. It's hard to relax." "Ah, I see. Well, I can't imagine your fatigue as being helped by your sudden fondness for the late night walks. Perhaps you ought to try to have an early night." "I know I've been getting into bad habits. I'll tried to take better care of myself, though. Thank you for checking on me, and thank you really for the tea. It's delicious. Ethel hadn't taken a single sip of the tea. At this point, she was certain it must have been stone cold. Mr. Brown must have noticed this. He'd been looking at Ethel too intently. Dr. Carba. Once again, he didn't comment on it. Instead, smiled and said, "Is there trouble?" "At all. You're doing me a favor, actually, if you drink that up. But you're quite welcome, of course." Ethel felt a twinge of guilt in the face of Mr. Brown's reply, which was very good-natured. Her guilt was a brief, fleeting thing, however, which didn't last. Why should she worry about lying to Mr. Brown? It wasn't like she owed him anything. He had been nice to her, but his niceness had come in form of a cup of tea she didn't drink and a conversation she hadn't wanted him to engage in. Ethel couldn't relate to him, and neither did she want to. Ethel had been 9 years old. Ethel had been 9 years old the last time they'd spent any real time with one another. She'd worn chunky butterfly clips in her hair back then, and she had drawn horses in the comic books, and she'd collected scented pens and stickers. She wasn't the same girl she had once been. Mr. Brown didn't know a thing about her, or what she wanted, or how lonely she had been. And Ethel hoped it would stay that way. It took Ethel only 4 months to return home, a fact for which she was grateful. While growing up, she had found Oxbury diminutive side to negative. The village was so small it had been stifling. Now, however, Ethel was glad for it. It made it easier for her to retreat from Mr. Brown's depressing living room and his equally depressing home and return to her own. Ethel's home wasn't much better than Mr. Brown's. Ethel felt it only marginally less miserable. At least it wasn't so aggressively brown. Ethel had clutched her carrier bag with frozen pizza and the Diet Pepsi in her right hand during her walk back. Slightly, it had left a red groove in her palm. Her palm ached, and putting her food away in the freezer made her arm ache too. It wasn't until half an hour later that she set about making food, and once she found she didn't want it. The tomato-based pizza was almost luridly red, and the cheese on top of it looked like pus. Ethel hadn't been very hungry before she set out, and what little appetite she might have possessed had disappeared altogether. How could she think of food at a time like this, when she'd soon be seeing the girl? She was much, much more important than the trivial earthly affairs like eating. Ethel ate as much pizza as she could, which wasn't very much, and tipped the leftovers in the bin. Not the bin! Put it in the fridge at least! If Lauren had been there, she would have tutted about the waste. But she wasn't there, and she was in Australia, with her father, and her 2 brothers. Ethel was on her own. Ethel whirled away the rest of the evening, and much of the night, as best she could. She watched some more Supernatural in the living room, but she wasn't paying attention to the exploits of the Winchester brothers. They couldn't hold her attention. Like Connie the Ice Queen, Ethel felt as though her heart had been embedded with a shard of cold eternally and melting ice. This shard of ice was Ethel's link to the girl. So long as it remained true, Ethel would never forget her. She didn't want to. When Ethel fancied enough time had passed, she finally stood. She stretched. Then, her heart all aflutter with trepidation, she set off. She was about retrieving her. A knock. A knock? As she stood in the front door. And knock. What? But in case it rained. The sky looked overcast, the moon obscured from clouds. Ethel didn't want to be caught up in yet another downpour. She dithered, but she eventually decided against wearing a nook. It was a big bulky thing made of porcelain, and it crackled when she walked, like some sort of giant sweet wrapper. It wasn't very fashionable either. It wasn't unflattering, almost militaristic, khaki green. Ethel had never much cared about being fashionable before, but she cared now. She didn't want to look too foolish in front of the girl. If she laughed at her, part of her would have died. Anarch didn't exactly scream romantic moonlight rendezvous in any event. It was better to go without it. Even if she did get wet, Ethel could endure a little rain. She left the house, locked it behind her, and headed out for the night. And with that, it is now 7, but past 7 now, so we're going to end it there for today. Let me move over to the talking screen. And yeah, that was... This is getting interesting. Right there. Yeah, the talking screen's on. Let's close the game. Anyways, that is it for me today. I am enjoying... I'm enjoying this story, and again, what could possibly go wrong with trusting the mysterious girl from the, church we don't know the name of? Absolutely nothing could happen in this toxic Yuri game. Nothing bad could happen. But that is it for me today. I am extremely enjoying this game. It is really interesting so far. I am excited for more of it, but sadly, I have to wait till next week to play more of it because I have plans. I have plans, Squints. Do I have plans? I do have plans. I have things to do. I got things to do this evening. I gotta eat. I gotta do things. But that's it. Let's go say hi. Where are we going? We can say hi to our usual person, or we can say hi to someone playing Musume. Derby. Musume. We go to VTuber or a flesh tuber. Fucking imagine. You know, I don't really rate them very often. Let's rate something different. Let's go rate Nuna. Let's get you Nuna. Let's raid Nuna Bear. But that is it for me today. Thank you all for tuning in for Sapphic Sunday. Hope you are enjoying her love like poison. I am really enjoying it a lot. It's really good. It's really good. But that's it for me today. I want to go have a nice, have some dinner, and then have things to do. But next stream is tomorrow. 3 PMST. Some Mrs. Zakaya. I need to get better at cooking because I am apparently not ready for the big final mission. As I've evidently from last week where I fucked up and didn't finish the last quest, finish the last objective. But that is it for me today. I'm gonna go relax a bit. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Until Mrs. Zakaya tomorrow.